You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
Okay, well, welcome everyone to our regularly scheduled inland wetland meeting. The agency enforces all provisions of the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Act and acts in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 22A-42A, as well as the Inland Wetland Watercourse regulations of the town of Branford. Please note that this meeting is held in accordance with Public Act 22-3, and all speakers will be required to identify their name and title as they speak. Materials related to the agenda items can be found on the agency's webpage or in the Dropbox. Please keep your sound muted, and if you would like to speak, please raise your hand and then state your name for the record. We do have a quorum, and so I'm calling the meeting to order, and we'll start with a roll call. Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman present.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Commissioner Steinberg present.
Commissioner Begeman, you moved. Commissioner Meissen. Is Commissioner Meissen present?
Commissioner Meissen here.
Okay, Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro present.
And is anyone else present on the commission who I did not call?
Commissioner Papantonis present.
Thank you, Commissioner Papantonis. The names keep moving. All right, so our first order of business is going to be approval of the September 8th regular meeting minutes.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Sorry. Katie had her hand raised. Katie, are you all set?
You need to give me permission to record.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, you should be all set.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Boda.
All right, so have the commissioners had an opportunity to review the September 8th regular meeting minutes? And if so, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Finaro. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from September 8th.
Commissioner Steinberg, I'll second that.
A motion has been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I will abstain from those meeting minutes. Thank you. Okay, so our first order of business is under enforcement, cease and correct 22.07.01, 6 Partridge Lane, clearing and earthwork within a conservation deed restricted hearing at deed restricted area. This is continuance from our just cause hearing on July 28th. Jamie, would you set the stage for us, please?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So at the last meeting, the commission had just received a memo from town council in response to some questions the commission had raised. It was asked that the item be continued so that the property owner could respond to that. We've received that response I prepared a brief one-page memo to try and recap some of the points. And so at this point, the commission needs to review the materials and decide whether it's appropriate to uphold and modify or overturn the order. Alternatively, in the memo that was submitted by Attorney Shansky dated October 7th, 2022, they indicate that they are looking to submit an application pending the resolution of the enforcement question. I mean, I think in response to that, the enforcement should be resolved, but alternatively, I think maybe the commission could consider whether to table the enforcement order pending submission of an application. But I think, so those are the two options, and I'm willing to go into more information on either route. If you want, I can pull up this site plan that they submitted showing the activity that they're looking to do. And or we do have the resident and his, I'm gonna call it applicant team because they indicated they're looking to submit an application, and he's got project engineer, soil scientist, and an attorney on his team. And then we also have town council. I think they're here more in case something, they feel they need to say something, but how would you like to proceed? Alternatively, I can start with the border.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I'm going to just go off camera till this matter is completed.
Oh, sorry. So for clarification, you're recusing yourself?
I am recusing myself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have in front of us the first order of business, which is to determine whether the order is going to remain in effect, revise the order, or if we are to withdraw the order. So I guess first I would ask the commission if anyone would like to speak on this issue, has a place that they'd like to start, or has comments or questions about the material that's been provided.
Commissioner Begemon, as a layperson, not in the law, I think we need a summary in understandable terms of where we are with this, in terms of whether it's a violation, restriction, and easement, all of that. I would like to hear from somebody who understands it, who can explain it without a lot of legal terms.
Sure. So we have our town council, Attorney Anaskovich. Would you take a moment and summarize? I know we have the letter here, but if you would be so kind as to put it in less legal terms, that would be greatly appreciated.
To the extent that you can describe a legal document in unlegal terms, I will I will try.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So staff had posed a series of questions to me growing out of a variety of conversations on this item during the Just Cause proceeding, and we focused those questions to the issue that I sort of presented in the memo. As a threshold matter, you all had a question about whether this was a conservation easement or not. I think that there is a clear legal answer to that question. This is not a conservation easement. On its face, it does not meet the common law or statutory definition of a conservation easement. What it is, as I described in my memo, is a deed restriction that within the taxonomy of restrictions, covenants, restricting use that is recognized by the courts falls into that sort of second tier. of mutual deeds that are exchanged by landowners. And so what you have before you is a deed restriction which, importantly, on its face, does not grant the town or the commission any rights. A deed restriction, as I point out, will be interpreted using common law contract principles. It is, in effect, a contract between the parties included in the document, and the town and the commission, neither the town nor the commission is a party to this contract, right? And therefore, the town sits as a third party to this agreement by and among the landowners in question. And so that's what we have. And in my email, in my memo, I laid out for you what I think are the strongest arguments for third-party enforcement of a deed restriction. I think Attorney Shansky has laid out clearly in her initial email and in her follow-up response to my memo, the position of her client, which is that the town, by virtue of the fact that it fails to be a holder under section 47-42C of the Connecticut General Statutes, has no standing to enforce the restriction. It would not, I don't think, serve any useful purpose for Attorney Shansky and I, in my opinion, to try that legal issue to you as judge and jury. I lay it out for you in that way, and Attorney Shansky can correct me if I mischaracterize in any way the position that they're taking. I think that there are two arguments to be made, and I think you've got, enough information, legally speaking, to sort of lay out what those two arguments are. That's as good a unlegal presentation of what is very much a legal issue I think I can muster at this point. I hope that helped.
Thank you, attorneys. Anisco.
I was going to comment, but Attorney Shansky also has her hand raised. Would you like to hear from Attorney Shansky?
Yeah, I think in just one moment, I just want to see, based on what Attorney Aniskovich shared and the letter in front of us, are there other questions or comments specifically about what he said, so that he can address them now as opposed to having more information come in? Okay, so then Attorney Shansky.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Vice Chairman and members of the agency. Attorney Marjorie Shansky for Adam Greenberg, and indeed here with my team that also includes John Cunningham on landscaping. I thought Attorney Aniskovich absolutely summarized accurately the issues and the two sides of the issue. And I hope that you've had an opportunity to read my letter. I want to say something, and Attorney Aniskovich, this is something that you and I have not discussed, but as I pored over the conservation restriction today and thinking about this in a concept that first was raised by Attorney Aniskovich in his memo, and that I expanded in my response from an equitable perspective, the idea that the agency does not have standing to enforce is really not much of a restraint on the agency, to the extent that you have jurisdiction over the activities. And there's almost an internal contradiction in the restriction document, and this is the part you and I did not discuss, Attorney Aniskovich, and that's that conservation restriction. And you can't do any of these things without the agency's written permission. But you can cut trees with the agency's permission, and you can plant grass with the agency's permission. And so much of what is being in dispute here, if you will, is something that is able within the conservation restriction to request permission for, and I dare say on a day on which the sun is shining on us, to receive permission for. So I said it in my letter, I'll say it again. You have jurisdiction over regulated activities on this parcel. And we have long since, really right at the beginning, at the same time that we responded to the cease and correct, undertook to begin to prepare a regulated activity permit. And I dare say that that can be submitted without any daylight between tonight and its submission. So to that extent, our position, our preference would be that we proceed in that direction, which will, again, depending on the outcome, but has the likelihood of really narrowing the agency's interest in what's going on here, because you may be able to endorse it. Well, that is to say, you are able to endorse it, and you may. I'm not, I don't want to get into your decision, but I'm just saying that's what the restriction provides. We're coming to you. We can.
Other questions, comments from commissioners with regard to Attorney Shansky's comments? So we have in front of us, and I'm speaking directly to the commissioners, as well as staff. We have in front of us the first issue of the cease and correct order, and the task of determining if it needs to stay in place, if it be upheld, if it needs to be revised, or it needs to be lifted. I did want to ask if, I don't believe that I have seen anything, if a restoration plan has been submitted, as that was requested at the July 28th meeting.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So what we've received so far is a site plan showing the proposed activity and a landscaping plan, which does show some replanting, but we have not received, I don't believe, a restoration plan. But I also think that it was kind of left up in the air. And I see that Attorney Shansky also has her hand raised, so I don't know if she wants to add to that.
Attorney Shansky, you have the floor.
Thank you. To simply say, a restoration plan goes directly to the question of jurisdiction or enforcement ability. So it would be counterproductive and for us to embark on that while the issue of the agency's enforcement capacity is an issue. And I would submit that there is some value in holding that in abeyance and evaluating an actual application that may, again, eliminate a lot of the concerns that the agency has.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So yes, it was discussed possibly requiring a mitigation plan, and I think the commission kind of backed off on that, and that's when the commission requested that staff ask some questions of town council. And we haven't really gotten into the meat of the substance of these situations since then. And so kind of getting back to making a decision regarding the cease and correct order. Kind of at this point, I would say the commission kind of has two options, because they've complied with the items in the cease and correct order up to date. So it's either uphold and modify, or it's overturn. So in past practice, the commission has upheld and modified to require a restoration plan or the submission of an application. And what the process is usually there's a time frame provided for submitting the application by, and then the cease and correct order gets tabled until the application can be reviewed and determined upon. After the application is determined, the cease and correct order gets picked back up, and the commission determines whether or not the cease and correct order is satisfied, or if the activities authorized in the permit need to be implemented to satisfy the cease and correct order. That's usually a requirement. The other option is the commission says to overturn the order. However, they've identified by agreeing that an application needs to be submitted that there are regulated activities. So I think it kind of leans more towards uphold and modify. But that's up to the commission to determine. I do think that it's important that if the commission does determine to uphold the order, that you clearly leave an option open for an application, because they've indicated that they want to submit an application, and that application needs to be reviewed on the merits of that application and the statutory authority that the commission has to authorize or not authorize activities. So it doesn't get, so even if you uphold based on the upland review area activity, it doesn't get rid of the conservation restriction question, but it puts it into the context of future activities that we know are desired. And I think it puts it in the right vehicle for what the next step in this process would be. And it allows the commission to review not only what has happened, but what is proposed to happen. It does not make sense to require a mitigation plan when we know that they want to do something else. But I think if that's what the commission thinks is appropriate, you can give them the option. And again, Marjorie Shansky has her hand raised.
Attorney Shansky, go ahead. And just you're muted, and just please remember to state your name for the record as you.
Marjorie Shansky, thank you so much. Marjorie Shansky for Adam Greenberg. Just to make it perfectly clear that upholding the order or requiring a mitigation plan will be an immediate trigger to litigation, which could be deferred if it were interesting, by looking at the application and keeping the order just simmering. Because if you make a determination on the order, you've created an appealable event. Thank you.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, which does bring up the second option that I mentioned towards the beginning of the meeting of tabling the enforcement order contingent upon an application being submitted for review at the November 10th meeting. So providing them with a reasonable time frame to get an application submitted, and again, do the same thing without making an actual determination on the cease and correct order until you have all the information that you would review. So I think it deviates from past practice, but it might, just because it deviates from past practice doesn't mean it's wrong. It might mean it's an improvement.
Are there any commissioners want to put in their 2 cents? So this is Commissioner Boda, and I, having read the guidance from town council as well as Attorney Shansky, I understand I believe I understand assertions in both directions. And still, when I think that when we look at the guidance from town council, you know, the purpose of the restriction or the conservation area was, the intention of it was clearly specified. And additionally, the property owner came into the office ahead of time to inquire about work on the property and was told that there was a restriction on the property. And yet the work happened anyway, in spite of being verbally told that, as well as the information. Let's see, it is noted on the subdivision approval that the area is subject to conservation deed restrictions. So I'm having a very difficult time getting past this element that there was clear notification that the property owner came into town, spoke with town staff, went ahead and took action without coming to the commission. In light of that, I'm having a very difficult time discerning why, and I understand, Attorney Shansky, your opinion that the commission does not have enforcement standing. Attorney Anaskovich, you can correct me if I'm wrong. My reading of this guidance is that that is not necessarily the case. That may be one opinion, but that is not necessarily the case. So I would just be really hard pressed to lift this without a restoration plan, which is in accordance with the initial permit and land records. So I would be interested to hear from other commissioners first.
When you say permit and plan records, do you mean the subdivision?
Yes. So I'm looking at your summary. It's noted that the subdivision approval, which the lot was approved, included areas on the approved site, areas subject to conservation deed restrictions. And additionally, it's referred to here in the letter, the guidance from town council. So I'm one commissioner, and we do have a quorum, and so it is certainly a contentious issue, and there is always in our commission, we've had issues with litigation before, and while that's a very real possibility, that is often a very real possibility, and I would ask the commissioners to first and foremost focus on our regulations, as well as their interpretation of the guidance offered by town council, as well as the rebuttal by Attorney Shansky, and the record that we have on hand. We certainly don't wish to incur unnecessary litigation for the town, but we are a regulatory body, and our first duty is to ensure that our regulations are fairly and uniformly upheld in a reliable manner.
Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. Attorney Shansky has her hand raised. I also have some comments, but we can let her.
Okay. Attorney Shansky, if you can hold on for just one moment, I would like to give the commission an opportunity to have a.
This is Martha Shansky, and I'm happy to wait. I just wanted to say, because because the chair and the wetland enforcement officer had an exchange where you didn't identify yourselves for the record, and I'm now very interested that the transcript be clear. So please, everybody say your name. Thank you.
This is Acting Chair Boda. Are there other commissioners that have some response to the conversation that's happened thus far?
This is Commissioner Steinberg. I would just like a little clearer explanation of the option of tabling until an application is submitted, what that entails from our standpoint.
Sure, Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So the commission could table the enforcement order pending an inland wetland application, which I think, anyway, and they would not make a decision. So I think that if you do table it, you should have criteria for tabling it. It should include when an application needs to be submitted by, and it should include maybe, you know, that erosion control shall be maintained until a resolution is arrived upon. And then I think if the commission were to uphold it, the order, particularly if the commission's upholding, sorry, this is moving on to a different topic, but I wanted to say this earlier. If the commission decides to uphold the order, particularly if you're deciding to uphold the order relative to the conservation deed restriction, I want to point out that in the memo that town council provided, they did have a statement in there suggesting that additional research should be conducted. So I think that if you're looking to go that way, you may want to request that the additional research be conducted before making a final decision. It's definitely a different track for the commission to table the enforcement order pending an application, but it's just a different way of accomplishing what the commission has done in the past by upholding and modifying the order. And I think it in some ways makes it clearer, because then the commission is, when the commission does make a decision on the order, if they do decide to uphold and modify it, they have the actual materials of how it's being modified in the record, rather than upholding and modifying for something to be submitted that the commission can review and ultimately approve. I think that maybe the commission might also want to reserve in the conditions, you know, that no further work occur, things like that, just to make sure that, you know, they're protected. Because there are instances, some of which probably are not foreseeable, where the commission may want to up the enforcement action. So far, the response has been very quick and responsive since contacting the resident upon finding out about the tree clearing. So this is definitely a challenging one. The language in the deed restriction is not clear. It does not necessarily mean that it's not relevant. It doesn't mean that the commission shouldn't consider it. It doesn't mean that the commission shouldn't consider any specifics of this case that might stand out from other cases. But I think there's a known that they want to do an activity. And I think that, as frustrating as it may be, it's appropriate to let them make that argument, whether the commission agrees with it or not. They should agree to hear it. And I think the commission just needs to decide the vector for how that happens. Because the commission can't say, you can't submit an application for this, it's in a conservation deed restriction area. No. And so I think the commission needs to define for the property owner how they move forward. Because there are outstanding issues. And it means that we're gonna be discussing this for a while, I'm sure, but I think that there needs to be another step taken.
Commissioner Boda, Commissioner Steinberg, that was your question. Do you want to follow up? Do you have a comment in response?
Commissioner Steinberg, no, that actually clarified a lot for me. That was one of my questions, is, you know, how it affects the situation. I think it does make some sense to me in this case. I know it's a little different than normally, but I think there's a lot involved here.
And so, Commissioner Boda, and so can you clarify, what are you thinking right now that makes sense to you as a course of action for the commission?
Commissioner Steinberg, I'm thinking from listening to Jamie that I think the tabling it with some specifics, obviously, and then awaiting an application, letting the homeowner make the case.
Mr. Begemon, I guess what I'm confused about is if somebody does something in an area that is where the inland wetlands looks out over, and if we quote table a cease and correct before we have an application where we know what's happening, it feels like to me there's a gap there. You know, we don't have something tonight that we can say we can now cease, we can now hold, what do we call it, pause the cease and correct, because we have something we can look at. We don't have that application in hand.
So Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent, I think what tabling it would be doing is saying submit that application so that way we can review the information and make an informed decision. So, I mean, basically the commission's been tabling this item since it first got on the agenda for a special meeting in July. So I'm not saying the commission should continue to table, but I think the way to get beyond this tabling is to either make a decision on the cease and correct order, or table the cease and correct order and say, okay, you want to submit an application, and then we'll go back to reviewing that cease and correct order. And just to recap, if the commission decides to uphold the order, I think as far as being unregulated activity or in the upland review, unpermitted activity in the upland review area, there's a pretty clear case for that. As far as the conservation deed restriction, there's still a lot of unknown, and the guidance from town council was that additional research should be done. I can pull up the memo to get a direct quote, but I think as far as the conservation deed restriction goes, it kind of makes sense for the commission to take their time considering the facts, because the site is, generally speaking, not an immediate concern relative to direct wetland impacts. So I think the commission has a little bit of time to review this, especially knowing that any decision that's not favorable is likely to be appealed. So we probably want to try and make sure that there's as much information in the record as possible to support whatever decision the commission makes prior to closing that record or moving the stage of that record. And I don't know. Yeah, okay. It looks like Attorney Aniskovich has his hand raised.
Attorney Aniskovich, go ahead.
I apologize that after 2 years on Zoom, I still don't know how to do that hand thing, which is really, really disappointing, I guess. Let me, I just want to address the references. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill Aniskovich, Brenner Salson Ullman. I want to address the reference to the additional research. I do not believe that the suggestion that additional research be done with respect to the question of standing outside of standing pursuant to 47-42C is a suggestion that points to a record that is in some ways insufficient. I believe that what I was pointing to with that reference was that it would behoove us, to the extent that you decided to go the enforcement route, to take a look more in a more focused way at standing. But standing, just in general, I don't want to. Commissioner Bergman has called me off of being a lawyer, but the legal question of standing is really turns on the issue of whether or not you have an actual or legal interest in the proceeding. And so I believe that the arguments I made with respect to the enforceable interest would be relevant to that determination. I simply wanted to point out that in my research, I sort of limited the scope of that focus. So I just want to be clear that that in terms of what you have as by way of a record, is, from my perspective, with respect to the position of the commission, should it choose to go the enforcement route, is complete based on what I've given you. If that helps, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Attorney Anaskovich. This is Commissioner Boda. Commissioner Begeman, you had left off with a question, and I'm wondering if, given Jamie's response and now Town Council as well, if you have additional thoughts about Commissioner Steinberg had indicated that he may be amenable to tabling the cease and correct in order to receive an application. And just while I have the floor, I want to be clear that the commission will always accept any application that is submitted. We're not in a position to decline receipt of an application, for the record. So back to Commissioner Begeman, I'm wondering if you're thinking, if your question was answered, if you want to follow up.
Commissioner Boda, this is Commissioner Finaro. It looks like she froze and then lost connection. She's no longer here.
Commissioner Finaro, while you have the floor, would you care to share where your thinking is at the moment?
This
so
Commissioner, oh, she's back. This is Commissioner Finaro. I'm collecting information, and I believe it sounds like it makes some sense to wait to table till November's meeting to look at the application to get more information, and possibly and I'm not sure if it makes sense to add some stipulations to that about whether there can be they stop what work is being done. I know, but Jamie had also said that it's not really there's not a concern to a wetland at this moment, so I'm not sure if that is necessary. So I'm with others who have a lot of questions. I think there's a lot of parts to it. That's kind of where I am.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent. I just want to follow up on the wetland concern issue. So what I mean by that is there are erosion controls installed on site. And as far as if the commission were to say we need a restoration plan, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference to the wetland. I don't even know that it feasibly could be implemented this fall. So I don't think timing wise, it makes a difference for the commission to to wait another month is what I mean by the impacts to wetlands. I just want to make that clear. And I believe Clarice is working on trying to get back in. I've seen her.
This is
Let her in
Commissioner Boda.
twice.
I think she's here. Commissioner Begeman, have you returned?
She has, but it might still be loading.
This is Clarice Begeman, Commissioner. I'm back.
Okay. Commissioner Begeman, just as a follow-up, I'm wondering if based on what Jamie offered, what Attorney Anaskevich offered, and then most recently Commissioner Steinberg and Finaro spoke about being potentially amenable to tabling the cease and correct in order to receive an application. So I'm wondering if you've had new thoughts since all of those responses. I know you missed part of it because of tech issues. You're muted. There you go.
Commissioner Begeman, I am fine with that as long as nothing happens. You know, that those things are put in place. Those, you know, they're the stipulations that the erosion control, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing is done until we have the application.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Boda again. Commissioner Meinson, would you like to put in your 2 cents? Commissioner Meinson, if you're trying to speak, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was double muted. I would agree with the other commissioners, Commissioner Meinson here. I'd agree with the other commissioners to table this until November and receive an application for further review.
So thank you. So this is Commissioner Boda. I think then we just need some clarity. Then are we talking about temporarily lifting the order and then putting, as Jamie indicated, a timeline for receipt of an application, or have I missed?
I would like to clarify, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm not requesting, or I'm not suggesting the commission lift the order. I'm suggesting that they continue to table.
Sorry, excuse me. This is Commissioner Boda. What I meant you had suggested is that if we do table in order to receive an application that you offered, we might want to include a timeline.
Yeah. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So some of the things I think that I mentioned were that the erosion controls continue to be maintained, no further site work aside from erosion control maintenance. Application be submitted for review at the November 10th meeting. May want to request submission by November 3rd, so that way we can get it distributed to the commissioners before the meeting to take a review at, and then maybe have an additional thought I had is maybe have a general statement regarding any changes in site conditions may result in further assessment to account for any unforeseeable.
This is Commissioner Boda. So as an acting chair, I'm not, I would not be the preferred person to make a motion. If the commission, there is a general agreement, this would be potentially a time. If someone, again, Boda, if someone needs help with what those components to be included in the motion are, we can also work that out.
This is Commissioner Begeman. I will take a stab at it. I make a motion that the cease and correct order number 220701 6 Partridge Lane be tabled to give us time to accept an application. That we would like this application to come to us by November 3rd, a week ahead of the 11/10 meeting, which it will be considered. That in the meantime, the erosion controls stay in place, that there will be no further site work, and that any changes in site conditions may result in additional erosion controls, or that's where I need help.
First, I'll ask for a second for that motion.
Commissioner Steinberg, I'll second that motion.
Okay, questions, clarifications on the motion or friendly amendment?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So I think on the last one, I didn't jot it down, but any changes in site conditions may result in further assessment by the commission. Is kind of what I was saying previously.
So this is Clarice Begman, Commissioner. I accept that friendly amendment to say that any changes in site condition may result in additional assessment by the commission.
Commissioner Boda, point of clarification. Are you in the motion? Are you including to maintain the cease and correct, lift the cease and correct, or modify the cease and correct?
Jamie Frederick
Or
and
you
the
want to do that
wetland agent.
separately?
I believe at the beginning she said to table the cease and correct.
Okay, I missed that. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. Katie, are you clear on the motion? This is Commissioner Boda.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Any other questions about the motion itself?
Should we change accept application to review application?
Oh,
You could change it, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, to accept and review, because yes, you're going to want to review it before you make the decision as well.
Commissioner Begeman, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Commissioner Begman, I do.
Any further questions?
We can get the second to agree to the modifications as well, please.
Commissioner Steinberg, I accept the changes.
Okay, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begman, aye.
Commissioner Steinberg,
Commissioner Steinberg, aye.
Commissioner Meissen,
Commissioner Meissen, aye.
Commissioner Fenaro,
Commissioner Fenaro, aye.
and Commissioner Boda, aye. The motion carries. So this item is all set for tonight. This is Commissioner Boda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have applications for receipt, inland wetland 220904, 37 Brainerd Road, parcel 1, and 22.0905, 37 Brainerd Road, parcel 2, new home construction. This is an application for receipt. It is not actionable this evening. Who do we have represent? Or actually, correction, Jamie, do you want to set the stage for us for this?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So yes, these applications are for receipt. They're not actionable. I do think it makes sense to discuss both of them at the same time. The applicant has requested that the commission consider whether or not it's appropriate for agent approval. I told him that based on past practice, I thought it might be something the commission would want to hold on to. Usually the commission holds on to new single family homes because there's a lot of site disturbance associated with them. And the site is a little bit of a hill. So unless there's any questions and or unless you want to hear from the applicant directly, I will pull up the site plan and kind of walk through that. And we will open it up for the applicant to discuss as well. All right, so I can't believe I haven't screen shared yet this evening. All right, is everyone seeing a survey?
Yes.
I lost all your faces.
If you could, oh, and I'd also just like to welcome back Commissioner Papantonis.
And have we confirmed that she is with us?
Yes.
Commissioner Papantonis here.
All right. All right, so everyone should be seeing existing conditions. What you're looking at looks like 2 lots. It's currently 1 lot. I believe that they are claiming
Jamie, we're seeing your, just your file.
Windows. All right,
Yeah.
1 minute. Let me try it again. How about now?
There it is.
All right, so you're seeing what is currently 1 lot known as 37 Brainerd Road. The applicant is proposing to do a free split so that they can develop 2 separate parcels as single family homes. You can see there's an offsite wetland. I did not make them do a new wetland delineation. I did go out to the site and it does appear that the wetlands are all offsite. So they took this reference wetland and added the wetland in the 100-foot upland review area, which you can see encompasses a significant portion of the rear of the site. So they have an erosion, or they have a site plan for each of the proposed parcels. So they have 1 application for each site. I did briefly talk with the project engineer on the phone today and discussed a couple of things that would probably be discussed at the meeting tonight. In part is I've mentioned to the applicant, the commission may want to see a T2 survey based on the contours. I also mentioned the commission may want to see test pits for the infiltrators. And then the other thing that I mentioned is the fact that the erosion control plan is kind of more of a continuous erosion control plan for both parcels rather than individual erosion control plans. And I think it's okay to show that, but I think it needs to be clear the full extent of the erosion controls. And I think it might be good to have like a and B plan for solo development and joint development. So those are the big comments that I have up front for the commission. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to look at the application materials that were sent out in packets last week. They did add the footing drain. They revised the grading. They did add some retaining walls, and they did add some landscaping plants in the back. So I can either open it up for commission questions, or I can open it up for the applicant to give any additional comments that they may want to provide. Which would you prefer, Chairman?
This is Commissioner Boda. I think it would be good to hear from the applicant.
I believe I saw he was on the meeting.
There's someone who looks maybe like they're trying to talk to us. This is Commissioner Boda. Scott?
Is that me? iPad? Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Hi, Scott's iPad. Can you just say your name first and last?
Yeah, it's Scott Santarowski from S&S Remodeling and S&S Properties. We're the owners of the property. Well, we'll be the owners of the property. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any questions. So is this going to go to another meeting, or is this going to get passed tonight?
So as
the chase.
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent, as we've discussed before, the commission cannot act on the application the night it's for receipt. So the 2 options are it gets continued to the November 10th meeting, or it's possible, but I think unlikely, the commission may say that this is appropriate for agent review. So that's the question before the commission for tonight, really. But the other secondary question is there any additional information that they feel they need to see? So that way, if it is continued to the November meeting, hopefully they have all the information and can make a decision, and you do not have to go on to another meeting.
Okay. All right. So you'll let me know what else you need, or? I mean,
Um,
I'm not
This
good at these meetings.
this is Commissioner Boda. So yeah, so
Yeah.
the next step is the commission will discuss whether we would do an agent approval.
Oh, okay.
I agree with Jamie that for something of this scale, agent approvals tends to be for like somebody has one of those little sheds on rocks.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that sort of thing, not something of this scale. But the
Yeah.
commission will discuss that, and then if the commission needs additional information, you'll know that tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I guess that's it.
Okay, so this is Commissioner Boda. Thoughts on the request for agent approval first?
This is Commissioner Papantonis. It looks like kind of a lot for agent approval. There's 2 lots. There's a lot of property within the upland review. I think Jamie said there's a slope to the property. It looks like something that we probably want to keep.
Commissioner Boda, other commissioners in agreement?
Commissioner Meissen, I'm in agreement.
Commissioner Steinberg, I agree.
Commissioner Begeman, I agree.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Boda. And so what additional information might you want for the follow-up meeting?
This is Commissioner Begeman. I see infiltrators. I'm not sure, looking at this, what happens to the roof runoff? If maybe it's here.
yeah, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. The roof leaders go into the infiltrator.
Okay.
And then the footing drain discharges to daylight with an energy dissipator, as is typical. They did provide elevation information on the infiltrator because I had a question regarding whether it would be deep enough to accommodate the drainage from the rear of the house. And I think the grading is, they did a lot of revising the grading to make it compliant with planning and zoning's 3:1. As a side note for the owner, I think there might need to be a further assessment of this area to the south of the house on the southern lot. But I can update the engineer and owner of that just to make sure they double check that. And then the other thing that I forgot to mention earlier is there's no construction sequence. Is that something that the commission's going to want to see?
This is Commissioner Boda. So yes, always 100% a construction sequence. And so with those infiltrators, what evidence do we have within the application that the water will in fact infiltrate?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, we do not have a test pit showing infiltration, you know, what the level of infiltration potentially could be. We do have the standard detail for the install, and they did provide that the overflow, because you always have to have some sort of overflow somewhere in the system, for this particular system would be a yard drain. So if there was enough rain that it filled up and no further infiltration could occur, it would overflow in a sheet flow through the yard, which is a typical design.
This is Commissioner Boda. I would want to see some data indicating that the soil will take the water in and infiltrate at a rate that's acceptable.
So test pits for
that rate, yeah, go ahead.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So you're looking for test pits for the infiltrator systems?
Yeah.
That is one of the items that I've discussed might be required with the applicant.
This is Commissioner Boda. I'm just other comments from other commissioners about what you would like to see in for next month. Would the commission, this is again, Commissioner Boda, would the commission like to visit this site?
Commissioner Begeman, I would like a site visit.
Commissioner Papantonis, I think I'd like a site visit also.
This is Commissioner Boda. So the November meeting is the 10th. We're probably not doing great on afternoon daylight, are we? At that point. Anyone up for I'm away the weekend of the 5th. Is anyone up for a Saturday morning like the 29th?
Commissioner Papantonis, I can do that.
Commissioner Meissen, the 29th works for me.
Commissioner Steinberg potentially works for me.
9 a.m. Okay.
Commissioner Begeman, I'm away, but I trust you all to go look at it.
29th, I'm assuming nobody's planning on going to the Kakiwick meeting, because that's also the 29th.
Oh, are you on? You're unavailable then. Are you going to this?
I'm unavailable because I'm going to a wedding.
And this is Katie Blanchett. I am also unavailable because I will be at Kakiwick.
Would the 22nd be better?
I will also be unavailable that day.
Commissioner Begeman, what are people's availability on the 3rd, like at 4 o'clock? I know that's early, but we would have sunlight or, daylight.
Commissioner Steinberg, I'll be in Detroit, but you guys can go.
Yeah, I'll be away. That's the weekend that I'm away for the full weekend.
Oh, I thought that was
That's a Thursday.
Oh, you said the 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 4 o'clock could potentially be doable.
I think this Commissioner Papantonis, I think I can make it work, but I have to check my work calendar. It's 90% that I can do it.
So according to Google, sunset on November 3rd in Connecticut is 5:43.
Oh, plenty of time.
It's right before daylight savings, so
Plenty of time.
that's to our benefit.
Okay, so should we say Thursday 11/3 at 4 o'clock?
Well, with that Commissioner Begeman, we can make it later if that helps people, given Sunday.
Commissioner Papantonis, I'm pretty sure I can make 4:30 work.
4:30, Commissioner Boda, this is 4:30. So Thursday 11/3, 4:30. Going once.
Sounds good.
All right, before we lock it in, Scott, would you or somebody be available to meet with the commission at that time, just to view site conditions?
Yeah, I could be there. I'm actually building a house like 5 houses down on the same slope with the same conditions.
This is Commissioner, but I was gonna say, I feel like I've seen this recently.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So yeah, the house that he's talking about is a different one, but this probably looks familiar because the properties to the south is 41 Brainerd Road, which the commission
Yeah.
saw not too long ago.
This is
Oh,
like
41. Oh, I didn't build those. I'm building.
Yeah, I think that's
a map.
what the commissioner is thinking of.
Yeah. No, that's not me.
like
I
deja vu.
understand, but that's not me.
Okay.
Okay, so Thursday, November 3rd at 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get an agenda out to everybody in a reminder.
Okay.
Any other items for this commissioner about any other items that need to be included for the application?
I guess
Or-
one thought I have for the commission is, do you think it's important that the engineer attend the next meeting for any questions the commission may have? I think they're planning to, but I just want to make sure
With
that.
this Commissioner Boda, I feel like it's generally safer to, especially if because that's when we would get into the stormwater and the infiltrator and stuff like that. And for that, we would need the engineer to address. So it's just a safer bet to have the engineer participate.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners and or the applicant?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This Commissioner Boda. Next up, we have very oddly coded BRI. Is that correct? Is it really supposed to be coded that
It's a
way?
yes.
Okay.
It's a town application.
BRI W 2210.01. It says 397 Brushy Plains Road, Saltonstall Mountain Boardwalks Over Trail. I'm wondering though if that is actually 307 as it says on the application.
This is Katie Blanchett. It is supposed to be 397. The applicant did change it on our form. You guys just didn't get a copy of it, but it is 397 Brushy Plains Road.
Okay. Thank you. So Jamie, would you like to tell us what's going on here?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So I believe that I haven't had a chance to really look at it too much, but I believe what they're looking to do is improve some crossings through wetland areas on a town open space property. And I think part of the project is also to discourage ATV use in the particular areas. So I believe Richard Shanahan is present to overview the application, and I can, as soon as I find the right button, share a picture of where we're talking about. All right, so everyone's seeing project location.
Yes, this Commissioner Boda.
So this is Lantern View, I believe, right here. And then this is the North Branford line. And this is the open space area in question. And it might make more sense for people if I go to this map where Hilltop Drive, project location, and you can see the trail network, general trail network. All right, Richard, would you like to give a brief overview? I believe you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this area, Saltonstall Mountain, over the last several years has been subjected to a lot of off-road vehicle use, and they've really torn up the trail systems overall. This particular location does cross a wetland, and it's been severely impacted. There is, as the ATVs went through, they left trenches, those filled up, had mud. As more ATVs went through, it just widened and widened. As it got too bad, they took even other locations to try to work around it. So the ATVs have pretty much been blocked at this point. So that's what we're concentrating on, trying to improve the trails and rehab them, if you will. This section right now, in the photographs that I submitted, it doesn't show the water because it's been such a dry summer, but there's usually standing water there almost year round. So building this boardwalk is going to allow for pedestrian passage without disturbing, the wetlands to any greater degree. And the same thing with the mountain bikers.
So again, this application is just for receipt. It does cross the wetland area, so it cannot be done administratively. Pictures were included in the packets that were sent out to commissioners. Commission could do a site walk, or the commission could just go for a hike if they want to see it. Any questions for the applicant prior to the next meeting?
This is Commissioner Bowe. Can you just clarify, like, you're just talking about putting in planks? That's the extent of the work?
Yeah, it's very simple, very straightforward. It's going to be two 10-inch wide boards side by side, maybe separated about an inch. And we're going to use for the sleepers, the cross ties, we're going to use a drain pipe, the black corrugated pipe. That's now being used by Madison Land Trust, as well as the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. So we're going to try that here. So it's not going to be wooden cross ties. It's just going to be the plastic pipe.
Thank you. Okay, this is Commissioner Boda. If that is it, if the commission doesn't have any additional questions, we will see you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Boda. Next up is Inland Wetland 21.10.02 91 Standard Road, residential addition. Jamie, would you like to fill us in?
So this application is for receipt, not actionable. We do have a site plan. They did add some silt fence erosion control measures. We were actually informed the erosion controls were installed, which there is a catch basin, a silt stack installed in the catch basin near the driveway, and the silt fence was staked out but not towed in. I told the contractor to hold off on that until the commission has reviewed the application. So they are proposing to do a one-car garage addition on one side of the house and or addition to the living space on the other side. Site plan. They did have a wetland report done. And I did go out today to take some photos to see the condition of the erosion controls and just the site in general. So I can share the site plan. And I believe we have maybe the owner and the contractor present.
This is Commissioner Boda. Who is anyone here for this application? Cynthia or Alan Brooks or a representative?
I'm not seeing names that jump out at me in the participants, but I was informed that they'd be attending. All right.
Oh, Commissioner Big.
Here we go.
There you go. Good evening. My name is Pat Panza. I am here with Cynthia and Alan Brooks. I'm the general contractor for 91 Standard Avenue on the proposed addition toward the expansion on the east side and on the west side for the garage. I believe that's correct, west and east. So I'm here as the wetlands commissioner, or wetlands Jamie had indicated. Yes, we had put the silt fence in, obviously for review to make any, and the reason why there was no fill, because again, it had to be approved, and we could move it to wherever it needed to be. I made some adjustments from the initial plan for purposes of stockpiling material to be contained, and it's a little bit different than it shows on this drawing here, because it made more sense for the construction purposes for excavation. And what we've done is also on this construction of the addition, the 24 by 24 addition, we minimized the amount of disruption to the area by this being a slab on grade. What that means is that the front part of the yard, which is the south out, yes, but it's the higher part of the elevation. You've got about a difference of 4.5 feet from the front to the back. If approved, this would be a footing going down 42 inches, coming up as a frost wall above, and then the front part would be slightly excavated and then infill to the rear, and that would be to the north side. And with an intent to minimize the impact to the property and to the wetlands. On the opposite side, which would be the west side, which is the 11'5" expansion of the garage, converting it from a 1-car to 2-car. Again, similar situation. This is a less impact to the property because the hill that's there now is actually the portion that is the garage. So what happens there, again, we do the same thing. We end up excavating 42 inches on the this would be on the south side, and on the north side, which would be a deeper wall. In other words, a higher wall exposed to the north side. And that would also be infilled at that point. So what the intent is to minimize the amount of disruption on both additions. Other than that, the physical property, the existing structure would remain the same in that portion. So again, we put the filtration bags on both all 3 areas, both on the Standard Avenue side, as well as behind on the north side. There are 2 there. We protected them anyway, whether we needed to do it or not, we protected them anyway. Barring that, if there's any questions, concerns, an adjustment of a silt fence is not a problem. We just wanted to show an intent of what we'd like to do, and if there's some other adjustments that we needed to have, we'll take that. We'll definitely take that in consideration to do.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Boda. Questions from the commission?
Commissioner Bergman, just a clarification. This construction has already started?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, the internal renovations have started, and they started putting the erosion controls out, but there's been no exterior site work beyond the installation of the silt sacks and the, I'm going to say, placement of the silt fence. I can share some photos from my visit today to help show. So this is the catch basin in the street with the silt stack, with erosion control fabric. They actually started the silt fence just slightly back from the street and looped it down to the back. You can kind of see here are the 2 catch basins in the back in the wetland area. And you can see the silt fence has not been towed in. So it's the only disturbance has been the stakes being pounded into the ground. So very, very minimal. I believe what we're looking at here, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, are the corners of the proposed garage addition.
No, that's not correct.
No.
That was the original.
Offsets.
that's an offset. What we ended up doing is to minimize not only the impact to the wetlands, but we also minimized the impact as far as getting variances. There's an easement down there, that portion. So with the new regulations, you got to remember this house was built prior to the current regulations. So the house is in a non-conforming zone, a non-conforming residential residence. The setback from the street is required 30 feet. We're 27.5, I believe. So when it was built originally, it met the requirements, but I don't think, from what I could tell from going back to the old records, that it never really met the requirement as far as the wetlands originally, back in '68. So with that being said, we decided to minimize the impact to the side, not only on a variance aspect, but also on a wetland aspect. So it's 11'5" from the existing structure to the outside wall, whereas before it would have been 14'5". So we brought it back in about 3.5 feet.
So these stakes are showing the original.
These stakes are showing the original, what it would have been. Come back in 3 feet from there, and that's where they would be. So to give you better light, you see how the hill, it starts going up the hill. That's basically where the outside wall would be. And you can see by the existing rear on that property, there's about 3 foot 4 inches in the back, and it's 0 in the front. So again, if you come in here, we're almost 2/3 of the way of about midstream, and then the balance. So what we dig and what we have to infill is just in this small section in the back. So again, we're trying to minimize the amount of impact to the property.
This is Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. These are the catch basins in the wetland area. If you look at the site plan, and then if you look closely, you can see some orange flags. Those are the wetland delineation. So you can see it's pre-existing condition of being maintained lawn.
This is Commissioner Bowden, does the yard flood?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Again, this is Pat Panther, representing Alan and Cynthia Brooks. This house has never had a situation of flooding in 60 years. Even though on the FEMA map, which is 2013, you'll see that it shows as a low hazard area. According to the map that I've looked at. If you look at the FEMA map, this property is on the cusp of the FEMA map. It's within it, but it's on the outer edge. To answer whether this thing has experienced flood after like a 40-day rain, I can't either confirm or deny. But from what we have seen, what I have seen, and it's been a dry summer, I would say it doesn't seem to be. It looks to be drained off fairly well to the wetlands. Again, the soil does show that it contains the properties of wetland material, and it has been identified. Other than that, it's not a pond. We put it to you in that manner.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Anything that anybody wants to see?
Not to interrupt the commission, but I do have a couple items if none of the commissioners have comments.
Go ahead, this is Commissioner Boda.
So some of the comments I had are there are no elevations shown on the site plan. Does the commission think that that's necessary? As far as grading, I believe the applicant has indicated that they're looking to essentially mimic the existing grade with the backfill. So I think the commission should either require a grading to be shown on the site plan or a project narrative that outlines the intent regarding grading.
How do you do a hand on this thing? Is there a way to move that?
Commissioner Boda, preferences?
Commissioner Begemon, I think it makes sense to have the grading on here on the plan.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Boda. What is the distance? It's 24.
24 by 24 square.
24 foot to the wetland flag 10 from the corner.
Yeah, 24 feet from the corner of the proposed addition to the closest wetland flag, which is wetland flag 10.
So then that silt fence is at what, 12
I would
feet?
say approximately 12, but this does bring up a point which I believe the contractor raised earlier. The silt fence is installed differently than what's shown on the plan. On the plan, it shows the topsoil area stockpile here. The silt fence was installed much closer to this side and rear corner of the addition. And then it kind of juts out. I'm exaggerating for just to show you the area. It juts out over here so that the stockpile can be placed in the flatter area in the back. Obviously, no work has occurred yet, so I'm just going to quickly move forward in the pictures. See if I can. Yes, so here you can see it. This is where it's jutting out, and you can see wetland flag here and here. And this is, I think, identifying that there was wetland soils, but I believe it said 23 inches, and I think the statute is 20 inches. So that would be non-wetland soils at this point.
Right.
And I think, and I don't know if this is another offset, but you can see there's a stake in the lawn over here. Would that be the corner of the addition, Pat, or is that?
That is the approximate corner of the addition, yes. And that corner there, the way that I have that situated now, the furthest point is 17 feet off the silt fence, which is the other stake that's closer to Standard Avenue. And that stake to that the silt fence now is 9 feet to that part where it's the shortest part of the silt fence. So that's the spacing between that to where that curve is. And again, the reason why we did this is show an intent that this would make sense for the construction to also keep the wetlands in check and also be able to do the construction with minimal impact to the property. You know, we're just looking to turn around and do what you need to do as far as the construction, also stockpile the material, but have minimal amount of material that we have to stockpile. That's why we didn't do a crawl space or a full basement. This is a slab on grade at that portion. The key to this, we have the ability to turn around and put the addition on, and there'll be a substantial room towards the back, as you can see. It's about 5'10", almost 6 feet. That would give us the opportunity of a crawl space. More in the back, less in the front. And then obviously on the garage side there, that would be just slab on grade. And that would be a continuation of the existing garage that now is a 1-car garage, and the intent would to be a 2-car garage.
This is Commissioner Boda. Is there, I don't see any like project description of like typically there's some sequencing around what's happening. I know that you have your silt fence in. Just it's close, that corner there. And then I'm noticing that you've got a stream back there. It says that it's not located. So I just, I guess I'm looking for just a little bit more detail on the narrative. And so I've got, there's general survey notes.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. In this photo, you can see the culvert where the stream starts. And if you look closely through the vegetation, you can see the houses right here, and the shed, which is on the survey, is right here. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a reference. And then you can see the wetland flags, which are also shown on the site plan. And these photos are in the Dropbox. So far, it sounds like the commission wants the grades shown on the site plan and a project narrative which addresses construction sequence. Does that sound?
Yeah, and placement of sediment and erosion control, the monitoring of any erosion, and particularly like what are they gonna the equipment, any equipment that's going to be like trying to work its way within that 12 feet, just to clarify, you know, I mean, our limit of disturbance.
Pat Pans again, Pans Enterprises. I'm here with, again, Alan and Cynthia Brooks. The purpose of why I intended to show you the silt fence location was for that very reason. The back portion of the property, you know, once the excavation is, and again, sequence, on a sequence, it would be obviously digging for footings first, inspected by the...
Excuse me, this is Commissioner Boda. If you would kindly put that on the plan.
On the plan?
Yeah, so that there's, or, I mean, you can submit a separate document, but that kind of sequencing often shows up on the plan. Or you could do a narrative, that either, both. It's better for us to have that in the documentation than verbally in our minutes.
That's fine. What we'll do is we'll submit a separate document that will be submitted along with these proposed changes. This makes the most sense for the protection of the wetlands as the way we've got it situated. Again, we do not do any toe digging until it's approved and any, you know, as far as any of that stuff. We like to have them come to the site, look at the site, and then make adjustments from there. But again, our intent is to minimize the impact to the property, to the wetlands, mostly to the wetlands. This is why this has been decided to go slab on grade on the addition side, which is the least amount of impact for the construction proposed for that. And the same thing on the other side. You can see from the elevation, everything is going to be within the same plane. We're not expanding the existing structure of the main house on either side. So again, trying to minimize the impact to the property. And as far as the grading on that, what you see there now, I'm assuming that's what the commission would like to see. We do not anticipate raising grades or changing the elevation other than what would be occupied by the if approved would not change the topography of the property by raising the grade or causing any impact to the wetlands.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Panza. I think if you could incorporate those comments into the documentation, like I said, for us as a commission making a determination, it's important that we have that on within the plan set available to us for also for future reference. So unless there's any other questions or comments from the commission or from Jamie, I think that we have what we need for this evening.
Thank you to all.
Just one thing, Commissioner Begeman, maybe for the next revision of the site plan, you can say what you're going to be doing with the roof runoff, how you're going to treat the water. We don't need to know now, but I don't see how it's going to be, and
Presently, the roof runoff is to grade, presently. So in other words, what you see, there's leaders that come down to grade, and it spills out in the front, rear, and on the driveway side towards the swale and to the rear of the property. As far as where we can't tie it to the storm drains. So I'm assuming that what you would want here is the water to be going towards the swale. Is that correct?
This Commissioner, go ahead.
Commissioner Begeman, I just think you're expanding roof area and there's going to be increased water flow. You don't want to end up with an erosion problem at the end of a downspout. So I'm just want to know what the plans are for how you're going to deal with the roof runoff. You don't have to say.
Yeah, and Mr. Panza, so this is Commissioner Boda. You can propose, similar to what you have, what's showing, which is the downspout. You might put a little, a little dry well in there. Whatever you put in, we just need to know our businesses, of course, how is the water captured and dealt with? And I think that is really what Commissioner Begeman is getting at.
Yeah, understood. So what you're looking at is how the water disperses naturally without causing either an erosion rut or changes the course of the what I'll consider as your wetlands. I'm assuming this is what you're asking.
But you got it.
All right, sounds like a plan. I appreciate you hearing us this evening. We will address this. We will get back to Jamie on some additional information on this. So let me see if I got this clear. You are asking of me, you want an elevation of what is present and what we propose. Is that correct? Existing grades.
Yes, this is Commissioner Boda, yes.
Okay. Again, this is Pat Panza again representing Alan and Cynthia Brooks. We also are going to propose on this print that we're changing the application as far as the silt fence that makes more sense as far as A, working the site, B, controlling the erosion into the existing wetlands. And as you can see, if you look on the drawing now, where the right-of-way is, they showed originally that the silt fence started at the where the drains are. You can see over here on the west side. We decided to continue that up because it made more sense for protection to the wetlands because of the excavation that would happen on the garage side. So again, we're cognizant of what is expected of us in controlling any of changes of possible. For example, getting a rainstorm that might be 2-3 weeks deep, so that we can control that portion of it.
And Mr. Panza, so this is Commissioner Boda. Just I want to be cognizant of that. This is an application for receipt. It's not actionable tonight, and we do have some hefty items coming up, and so I want to make sure that we have all that necessary time for that as well. Jamie and Katie, do you have what you need so that if Mr. Panza has follow-up questions, you can help him?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. Yes, I do have a list of things and I will send an email out tomorrow with those items. I just have one last question for the commission. We don't need to dwell on it. It's just info for them to address for the next meeting. It looks like there may have been a tree removed or something here. Is the commission concerned with that? And do they want any sort of planting to address that activity? Because you can see that this is the wetland area, these orange stakes here. So it looks like it's partially in the wetland area.
This is Commissioner Boda. Perhaps you can take a look at the most recent aerial and see if that is in fact the case. And if there was a tree removed, then I think then we can, and we have evidence of that, we can address it at the next meeting.
Okay. I'll review with the applicant prior to the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Panza.
Thank you all.
Okay, up next, we have applications for review. So these are items that are actionable tonight, as in decision-making time, or some of them we would need to request an extension. So first up, we have inland wetland 2207.04, 819 to 841 East Main Street, proposed construction of 3,600 square foot medical research and development building with associated site improvements. All right, so Jamie, can you bring us back to speed on this one?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. This is actionable and is also approaching the end of its time frame. So if the commission is not ready to make a decision tonight, they would have to request a continuance. Okay, so the last meeting, the item was essentially tabled because we were waiting on revised site plans. They did give a brief overview, and I've received the revised site plans as of last week and was able to put together a staff report, which everyone should have a copy of, with kind of highlighting some of the points of the application and providing some possible considerations for conditions should the commission decide to provide a permit for the requested activity. Again, just to recap, these are just considerations. Anything it can be included, excluded, or modified. And some of those conditions have kind of little talking points as far as additional thoughts that the commission should consider relative to those conditions. So they have submitted revised site plans, which addressed comments provided by the town engineer, comments provided by myself, and I believe I never received a copy of the comments, but I believe they also addressed comments provided by planning and zoning. I did submit a copy of the site plan to the fire department to see if they had any comments. I don't know if they did or not, or if they've been addressed, but basically wanted to give them an opportunity to say if they had any big red flags that would significantly change the site plan. So with that said, I'm sure we've got applicant team present if you want to hand it over to them for a quick recap, or if you have any questions regarding the file materials before we do that, then by all means, you can let me know.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. This is Commissioner Boda. So do we have here tonight for East Main?
Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Chris Gagnon. I'm a professional engineer with BL Companies, 355 Research Parkway in Meriden. We have a couple other members of the application team with us, Marjorie Shansky, who you guys spoke with a bunch earlier today, and Jeff Dewey is another professional engineer from our office. This is, I think, our third meeting on the project. We gave an overview at the opening. Jeff attended a site walk with everybody. We have received comments from multiple folks within town staff and revised the plans accordingly. This last round of revisions did not change anything with respect to the proposed development, in that the building didn't change, the number of parking spaces didn't change. It was just to address the 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 slopes comment, and the other change that we had discussed was the fact that the town indicated and that they didn't want any of the tractor trailer traffic going on Goldsmith Road. So we have revised the drive to Goldsmith Road to be a much smaller width to prohibit that traffic. And then a couple of the other things that we addressed were planning and zoning comment related, but we thought it was important to get on your plans. One was the sidewalk and another was landscape planting for screening. And the reason that was important is that the sidewalk is in the front yard and there are wetlands on Route 1 across the street from us. So that sidewalk is being installed in what is technically an upland review area, but we have Route 1 between us and those wetlands, but that is incorporated into your final plan set. So that was really the extent of the revisions. We have reviewed the report prepared by the environmental planner and are comfortable with everything in it. So more than happy to go into greater detail with everything, but many folks here have already been through my dog and pony show, so I certainly don't want to waste anyone's time, but more than happy to discuss any and all aspects or answer any questions that the commissioners may have for us.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. This is Commissioner Boda. Thank you for that summary. There are commissioners with questions, comments, thoughts about next steps.
Does anyone feel like they need a recap, or are we agreed that everyone's good on that? Well, maybe one way to move the conversation is to just start by taking a quick glance at the staff report. Quickly run through. Fee brought this up before. It looks like they are owed a refund. Unless anyone has any concerns, we will be refunding them $625 because they submitted a fee for direct wetland impact, which they have confirmed they are not doing. Notices have been sent out. There's no prior records of applications or violations for the subject site. Wetland delineation was conducted by Richard Snarsky. Stormwater has been revised. They've submitted a stormwater management report and operations maintenance manual. They are increasing the total volume of stormwater leaving site, but they have reduced the peak runoff for all storm events, and they are retaining the water quality volume as required per the regulations. Stormwater includes hooded outlets and sumps in all catch basins, surface stormwater detention with sediment forebay, subsurface stormwater detention, hydrodynamic separator. They are not proposing any landscaping directly relevant to the wetland mitigation area, but a majority of the landscaping plan is native plants. And then that's my quick review minus the possible conditions for consideration. So do any of the commissioners have any questions? Would you like for me to run through those possible conditions?
No, this is Commissioner Boda. I would hold off for a second. I'm wondering from the commission, I'm asking the sitting commissioners if you have any concerns at this moment, if there is, if folks are ready to move forward with an approval with conditions. We just need to hear from the commission at this point. Again, just as a reminder, I know I often make motions as an acting chair. That is not my role in this particular meeting.
This is Commissioner Begemon. I don't have a question other than a lot of work has been done on this. And Jamie, do you have any things that you see that were outstanding still?
Jamie, oh,
Go ahead.
done?
Yeah.
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. There were a couple of things that I kind of wanted a little bit of. I do have some conditions of approval for consideration. Like an example is catch basin inlet protection shall not consist exclusively of hay bales per town engineer comments in response received dated October 6, 2022. Plan EC1 should be revised to make this clear to reduce confusion in the field. I think that might be the only kind of like condition that addressed outstanding information. Everything else is kind of stuff I've grabbed that the commission has applied to other applications that I thought might be relevant. So it's kind of a grouping of things, and it's up to the commission to decide if any or all of them are applicable. I mean, I don't know that there's other things the commissioners may be concerned with, but I think a lot of my comments were addressed. I see that Marjorie Shansky has her hand raised.
I'm just going to say, Commissioner Boda, go ahead, Attorney Shansky.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Thank you. So sorry. Attorney Marjorie Shansky, good evening again. Madam Chair and members of the agency, I'm here on behalf of the applicant with the team from BL. Would it be helpful for you if the conditions of approval were projected so that you could evaluate them on the screen?
This is Commissioner Boda. Thank you, Attorney Shansky. I think that may be helpful. And also Commissioner Begemon. So Jamie addressed your question, and I'm wondering if that has you thinking in a particular direction, or if Jamie's response to Commissioner Begemon's comments has helped any of the other commissioners think in one direction or another. If we are going to approve with conditions, etc., that this would be a time to do that unless there are questions that need to be answered.
It might be helpful to take a look at the possible conditions for consideration to see if that sparks any additional questions or concerns that the commission may want to further discuss or review or ask questions of the applicant. Would you like for me to show them?
Yes, please.
All right. So first one is the standard inspections that we require for permits, pre-construction meeting prior to clearing, initial erosion control inspection prior to land disturbance, and final inspection. The catch basin inlet protection one I already read. 3 is essentially requiring a as-built survey at the end of the project, and that a qualified PE or land surveyor shall certify that the grading and stormwater system on site is consistent with the approval. 4, the commission should consider whether or not a bond is necessary or appropriate for this application. There are no wetland mitigation plantings, so I put one in for erosion controls as a holder in case the commission wanted a bond. 5, upon clearing of site and until site is stabilized, applicant shall retain a qualified erosion control professional to inspect the soil and erosion controls. I kind of copied this from information on the site plan. The last sentence says the qualified erosion control professional shall be from the engineering firm of record or an approved third party not associated with completing site work. And then the consideration for that is commission should consider whether third party requirement is appropriate. When considering this condition, note the plan specify contractor. EC2, basically any water discharge to surface waters must be clear when dewatering. If not, work must stop. All erosion control blankets used shall be biodegradable. It's a common one the commission likes to add in. And then certification that final cleaning of the stormwater system occurred after completion of construction shall be submitted to the IW agency. I think it's a little repetitive, but. And then the last one is consistent with the operation and maintenance manual, last revised October 3rd, 2022. Copies of inspection reports and maintenance records shall be kept on site and be readily available if requested by the agency. And then we also have the standard conditions and general provisions of all permits. Any questions on any of those or concerns raised?
So this is Commissioner Boda. If there are no concerns.
So this is Commissioner Begeman. So before we could approve it, would be able to approve this, Jamie has that under number 5. Commission should consider whether the third party requirement, blah, 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 right, is appropriate, or whether, because it says contractor. Jamie, is that something we would need to decide now before we would?
Yes, so yeah, with the italicized language is basically saying the commission should consider whether or not the language as written is what you would like, or if you would like to modify it, because I think these are open-ended items and they're kind of meant to be placed in here for the commission to really consider how it directly applies to the application at hand. So this is pretty much standard language, number 5. And the reason why I put the language in italics is because the last sentence kind of deviates from the specific language in the site plan, but that doesn't mean that the commission can't determine that they want to implement a more restrictive condition if they think that it's necessary. So basically, what I'm asking with this italicized language for number 5 is whether or not the commission thinks the last sentence is applicable to this particular application.
So this is Commissioner Begeman again. Somebody else please speak. But number 4, I think that yes, a project of this side needs a bond. People can weigh in on that, other commissioners. And for number 5, I don't feel like we have to require that it be a third party. I think it could be the qualified erosion control professional. Or, you know, what it says there. I think we can leave that sentence in. I don't feel we need to change that. Those are my thoughts.
This Commissioner Boda, does anyone have, would another commissioner kind of respond to Commissioner Begeman's suggestion that we don't need a third party? And I guess then the next question is to what your thoughts are on the bond.
This is Commissioner Funaro. With the response to the 5th point, because it states that a qualified erosion control professional would inspect the soil, I'm not sure if it needs to be a third party. I guess it seems okay. But I would be curious to hear if there is a reason for a third party. And I guess the question for 4 was if there was any additional bonds required for erosion control.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So other bonds would be like plantings. I personally don't think there's any plantings that it would be relevant for the Inland Wetland Commission to require a bond for. They're more planning and zoning type requirement plantings. And then the other thing that sometimes the commission will take a bond for is components relative to the stormwater system. I don't think that there's anything unique or kind of up in the air regarding the stormwater system that would make that applicable to this application. But those are the kind of things that I was kind of alluding to. So my recommendation is that the erosion control bond would be the relevant bond for this application, but I didn't want to, make decisions for the commission.
This is Commissioner Boda. I can share that erosion control bonds are common past practice for larger developments. It's something that the commission typically has put into place. Again, Commissioner Boda, so thoughts from other commissioners on the inclusion of a bond for sediment and erosion control?
Commissioner Papantonis, I think that is appropriate, a bond for sediment and erosion control. It is our past practice.
Thank you, Commissioner Papantonis. This is Commissioner Boda. Is there other feedback on the number 4, the item of a bond?
As Commissioner Steinberg, I'm very comfortable with the past practice and continuing that. And on number 5, I'm fine with that third party as well.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Boda. So Jamie, are there or anyone else, are there other items in particular that are important to address first before anyone makes a motion?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, assuming that everyone's satisfied with the staff calculation of what the fee should be, I cannot think of anything else.
Is there, this is Commissioner Boda, is there anything else holding anyone else, is there anything else holding anyone back from making a motion? And if not, then I would encourage someone to go ahead and give it a try, knowing that you will have help.
This is Commissioner Begemon. I make a motion that we approve application 220704 819 841 East Main Street with the conditions that are outlined tonight. And making note that in number 4, we would add a sediment and erosion control bond and striking the italics in number 5, that we also would apply the standard conditions and general conditions. It's called something else.
Standard conditions and general provisions.
Provisions, standard conditions and general provisions.
Thank you, Commissioner Begeman. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Papantonis, second.
Are there questions or comments on the motion?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I might just clarify that in regards to the conditions outlined tonight is referring to the staff report prepared for the IW meeting 10/13/2022, revised 10/12/2022. And in regards to striking the italics in number 5, it's my understanding that is to remove the last sentence, which states the qualified erosion control professional shall be from the engineering firm of record or an approved third party not associated with completing site work. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is Clarice Begman. I thought that, no, that stays in. It can be even, and then you don't need your italics under there.
Okay, yeah, so the italics weren't intended to be part of the condition. Okay. So with that clarification, is there any discussion from the commission?
Nope.
Okay, so thank you. We will go ahead and take a roll call vote. Jamie and Katie, are you set on the motion? Are you clear for us to move forward?
I believe I am. Katie, do you have?
I just have one quick question. So is number 5 being stricken or no?
Just this is Commissioner Boda, just the italicized component at the end of 5 and just before 6.
Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Commissioner Steinberg, aye.
Commissioner Meinson. Commissioner
Meinson, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Boda, I will abstain. I missed 2 of the 3 meetings on this one, but motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone. We appreciate it.
All right, moving on. Next up, we have Inland Wetland 220801, 290 Pine Orchard Road, modification of Inland Wetland 21.01.02, artificial turf. I see that we also have an enforcement item with the same address. Jamie, do you want to, do you want to run them concurrently?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I think it would make sense to discuss the application, and then if the application is resolved, then it might make sense to move right into discussing the notice of violation. And the application is due for a decision tonight, or else a continuance would have to be granted. So if you wanted to move the notice of violation up to discuss it immediately after this item, I think that would make sense.
Okay. Again, Commissioner Boda, do you want to just recap this particular item?
Sure. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent.
And I'm sorry, can I also ask you to just right away pull up the staff report, which I think helps.
Okay, so
everyone be on the same page.
This one's a little bit different based on discussion at the last meeting. I have a draft resolution for consideration, which I will pull up. So essentially the property owner got a permit to construct a garage, install a pool, retaining wall, associated stormwater management, and some other general site improvements. And they are originally proposing a stone patio around the pool and instead they installed artificial turf. It was brought to my attention that that might be a site plan change, and I had requested information regarding what it was composed of, how it'd be installed, excuse me, drainage and that kind of thing. Didn't receive it. It was installed. Asked for the information and brought it to the commission as a possible site plan modification. Commission decided that a notice of violation should be issued, requiring that the original permit be implemented or an application for the artificial turf submitted. That application is submitted and what the commission is reviewing now. The applicant submitted some information regarding the composition of the turf, the underlining drainage material, which is crushed stone, gravel material, which was outlined as being similar to backfill for septic system, and that there is no, I'm drawing a blank on the word I want right now, in the crumb infill layer. So at the last meeting, the commission wanted kind of a summary of the circumstances for this particular instance. And I think there's a couple things for the commission to keep in mind. Making a decision on this application doesn't necessarily create blanket precedents for all applications. And that's part of the reason why the commission was requesting this outline of the specifics. So the specifics include the information on the drainage layer underneath the turf, the fact that they're reducing the impervious area by using the artificial turf in lieu of the stone patio, the fact that they are not using that crumb layer, and kind of the scale of the project. So should the commission decide to approve this application, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to approve all turf applications in the future. Trying to think, is there anything else? I don't know if anyone had a chance to read this before tonight. And I do believe that the project engineer may be on the call. If you want to hear from him at all, or if you have any questions for him, or if he has anything that he would like to present to the commission. But as far as the conditions of approval, the recommended conditions would be contact the Inland Wetland Agency to schedule a final site inspection. I know it's already been installed. Katie's been out there and seen it. I have not, and they do have the other permit, which needs a final inspection. So it's a little open-ended, but we usually have that as a requirement. So I threw it in there. Artificial turf shall be maintained per the manufacturer's recommendations to help prolong integrity of the product. At the last meeting, the commission wanted staff to review and look for a monitoring condition that could be implemented. And so I looked, and as far as monitoring on this scale of single residential property, or even really on any scale, but particularly single family residential property, I couldn't find any recommendations of specific monitoring to do. And I think the fact that turf has already been installed, you don't have a baseline to go off of. And a lot of the chemicals that you would test for are also found in pesticides and herbicides and fertilizers. So what was being used on the lawn before, and I think it would be kind of hard to really get any information from that. And also, I don't know what that information would tell the commission relative to this application. Would the commission require that the turf be removed if they don't like what the result of that test is? So I didn't recommend one. That doesn't mean the commission can't discuss and decide if that's something they feel is still appropriate, but I couldn't find one specifically to suggest. And then the third one is that it was represented that the crumb rubber infill is not to be used in association with the artificial turf install. No crumb rubber infill shall be used without review and approval by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, so that they may review the potential impacts to the wetland/watercourse from using such material. And I put that in there because as far as like microplastics, that seems to be where the real microplastic concern is, because that crumb layer is much more readily moved than the turf, which has to physically break down in order to create that microplastic. And there is maintenance recommendations for these materials to help prolong the plastic and prevent breakdown, which would help reduce any microplastic issues. Again, they are proposing that, or they do have that base layer, which the engineer can speak more to, which would ideally capture a lot of those things before it even made it to the stormwater management system. And on that note, the engineer does have his hand raised if you want to open the floor for him. It's really hard to hear you.
Commissioner Boda, yeah, I can't hear you very well. And to please state your name for the record.
Sure. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. Andy Kowalenko and Time Consultants, engineer of record for the project. I think, Jamie, that in the original approval, you had 3 years of inspections. So you could use that as a method for coming in and taking a look at the turf. And there's also observation points in the drainage structures. We could dip those if we needed to or something like that.
There was, for the original permit, there was monitoring inspections required for the planting plan. So that would be a visual inspection of the site. It would not be a water sample test.
This is Commissioner Boda. So other comments, questions from the commission? So this, again, Commissioner Boda, this is actionable this evening. And Jamie has gone through and reviewed some of these, the items here and what had been concerned before. I'm trying to scroll on it and it's not working.
So a lot of the upper part of this document's standard language. So kind of where it starts deviating from the standard language is here. So to address the fact that the commission may not be extremely comfortable with this decision, whatever, should the commission decide to approve the application, to try and help identify that the commission is not locking themselves in. Commission finds that the research currently available regarding residential use of artificial turf on stormwater quality that would inform the commission as to adverse impacts of such installation to the subject wetland / watercourse is not readily available. And then the next one's getting into the fact that using the artificial turf in lieu of the patio, which increases the pervious area and decreases the impervious area, that they have a sub-base drainage layer beneath the artificial turf consisting of 1 foot of crushed rock and stone dust similar to septic fill. The project engineer represented that any material which passes through the subgrade would be conveyed to the stormwater infiltration trench prior to reaching the wetland / watercourse, and that the product does not contain a crumb layer. The applicant also submitted some chemical testing information. Upon review of that, it's not the most applicable because it appears to be based on electrical chemical limits in the EU, but it was what they were able to find, and it didn't exceed any of those provided limits. Upon evaluation of the above and with the stipulation of certain conditions as listed below. So that's again, standard language. And then it gets into the conditions that I had read previously, along with the standard conditions and general provisions. So I think the commission needs to decide if this is actionable tonight. If not, you're gonna have to request a continuance. And then discuss whether or not there's any additional outstanding concerns that could reasonably be addressed. And or if there's additional conditions that would be appropriate.
This is Commissioner Fernaro. It seems, given the information, I may feel comfortable, if others do, to move forward with the approval of this turf. With given your draft and the stipulations that you have in it.
Do you want to put that? Sorry.
No, this is Commissioner Steinberg. I agree. It seems we've covered our bases here.
Would anyone like?
Commissioner Begum, I just have a question because I can't remember as you went through that. Obviously, you talked about how we can't do chemical testing. It's the first time I've seen artificial turf. Was there any recommendation of monitoring the site over the 3 years for degradation of the material, or we just don't know how to do that? And so,
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland agent. It's not that can't do chemical testing. I just didn't find a recommended chemical testing regimen. Same thing with the monitoring regimen. And I guess what I get hung up on with the condition of monitoring it for any period of time is usually a condition of approval is something that is put in place because it helps protect the wetlands. A monitoring condition in and of itself doesn't change the impact to the wetland. It's basically trying, in my mind, it's trying to create a pilot study with a very, very, very small sample area that is not really gonna provide any sort of comprehensible finding, and that finding is not going to be relevant to the specific activity that the commission would be permitting. I don't know if that makes sense or not. So while yes, I can see the desire to want to know what's happening with this material, I think in this particular instance, it might make more sense to see, to allow for other, because people are researching these things. And so hopefully by the time the commission gets another application, there'll be more research available. And or if it's a larger application, the commission may say, okay, this is much more intensive. We need more information. We want this. Or hopefully if the commission gets another application, it's before it's installed. So then there's a pre-existing and a posted that could be considered. But then I think if the commission's looking at that, it still needs to relate back to some sort of action that would need to be taken to create a remedy. So if you were to put a condition for monitoring, like so with plantings, if you have the 5-year monitoring, the requirement is that you have generally 85% survival in management of invasive species. That's measurable, and there's actions that can be taken to achieve those things. If you look at the degradation of the material over 5 years, what's the action that the applicant would take to mitigate the impact? That's I guess the outstanding question I have relative to a condition on that basis.
This is Commissioner Papantonis, and I think I'm the one that made the recommendation about the monitoring last time, but I mean, this is a very uncomfortable situation because there's a plan that we approved and then it was changed. And I understand that the homeowners or has had the engineer do whatever he can to get information, but there just isn't that much information. So now we're in a position where we have to look back and decide whether we would have approved this in the first place. And if we wouldn't have, you know, it's an uncomfortable remedy. It's a very difficult situation, I think.
Well, I think Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, I think the commission should consider it on its own merits. And if it wasn't an after the fact application, what information has been provided or is missing from the record that would support a denial of the application? So let me just read, because I get that there's a lot of unknown information here, and that's scary. But per the state statutes, let's see if I can quickly find it. Criteria for decision 10.2 outlines the criteria the commission must consider when reviewing an application. 10.6, the agency shall not deny or condition an application for regulated activity in an area outside of a wetland.
Jamie, this is Commissioner Boda. Could you actually why don't you pull up
Put it on the screen for everyone?
Yeah, pull up criteria for decision so that we're all looking at the same. I think that is helpful when thinking about some of these very difficult decisions. Really the best course of action is to go back to our regulations and think about, one, the criteria for decision, and then also like, what is the purpose of our agency, and like what is it that we're mandated with doing. I just noticed that there is a hand up, so I'm not sure if
that is the project engineer, if you want to.
Andy Kowalenko from NCON.
Mr. Kowalenko, if I can get you to just hold on for one more moment so that we can just review criteria for decision, and then you can chime in. Go ahead, Jamie. Thank you.
So criteria for decision, you want me to read it?
Maybe not the whole thing, but if it's helpful to call out. Or maybe just give them a moment. And I think there's a section on.
There's another section that I'm trying to find.
So there's denial on the basis that there's a prudent and feasible alternative, but I feel like there's another section on.
There's
denial.
There's a threshold that has to be met for denial. So that's what I'm trying to find, because I think that might help the commission assess whether or not which direction they should go. I can't.
It's Commissioner Begman. I don't think we have enough information to, even if you can't find that section, to deny or, you know, to
Yeah,
make that.
so the summary of that section essentially is the commission shall not deny an application unless there is evidence in the record of, you know, an impact. So it can't be a speculative impact. It has to be
We don't have
a
that.
determined impact. Now, if the commission or if the applicant didn't do due diligence to submit information to address the commission's concerns, it could be considered an incomplete application. However, I think the applicant did try to address the concerns of the commission, and there's just not a lot of information currently available and readily findable that specifically, if the commission were to deny this application, they should state the reasons for denying the application. So that would be very important. So I don't know if the commission wants to take like a 5-minute recess to get some water. Let me see if I can find that language in the statutes. Or if you want to, or if the commission feels like they have enough information to keep moving.
We want to hear what the engineer has to say.
Yeah, if we're ready, I think that would be fine. I'm sorry, can you say your name again for the record? And just try to be really clear. Your speaker, to me at least, sounds very muffled. I don't know if there's paper or something on it.
I apologize. Is that any better?
A little bit.
I'm not a very technical guy, I guess. The only comment I was looking to make was that the area in question is pretty modest in size. We're talking about the perimeter around a swimming pool, not, you know, we're not talking about a football field worth of turf here. And that while there's not a lot of data, the data I did find showed the products to be inert. So it's not like there's some data that shows it as a problem and some data that shows it as not a problem. All of the data available, including the chemical tests I provided, show it as something that does not produce chemicals into the environment. And then the only other comment I would make was it's certainly less damaging than fertilizers and anything else that would be applied to a natural lawn. So I think in light of all of those three things and the fact that I did address, to my belief and knowledge, all of the questions asked from Jamie and the board, I think there's enough information there to make a decision. Hopefully you heard that.
Yes, that you were clear. Thank you. And this is Commissioner Boda. I think, Jamie, the or Katie, the regulations that are in the Dropbox are the 2017. I was gonna try to just do a word search for denial, just so that, and I think, you know, I don't get the sense that we're talking about a denial for this application. Again, this is Commissioner Boda. There has to be a likely documented, indicated by a person who is qualified to indicate so, impact to a wetland and or water course. And I'm not sure that is that we have evidence for that in this case. I do think, however, given the conversation that it and the relative newness of this particular makeup of commissioners, it is worth taking a few minutes right now to revisit that section of our own regulations, which are newly revised regulations, and just take a few minutes to make sense of that as a group, so that we're really clear on that for any and all future applications as well. So Jamie, you brought us to section 11.
Oh, sorry. I was just searching for the generally that the term denied. So this is regarding prudent and feasible alternatives, which I don't think is really applicable.
No, it's not relevant.
No.
An application deemed incomplete by the agency shall be withdrawn by the applicant or denied by the agency. So if the commission, again, thinks that they need more information and haven't been provided due diligence, agency shall cause notice. This is just basically the administrative side of it. Again, this is administrative. That's not denial. And then again,
can you go back to, this is Commissioner Boda, because I suspect that it's not, yeah, so I suspect what's in our regs is simply that if there is a denial, that we have to state on the record why it was denied, and then we have this piece that they can't submit the same application again. I think the other piece about like that there has to be a direct impact to the wetland, I think that comes from case law and is not necessarily captured within our regulations. So it may be that that's just information that we share right now and maybe potentially move on. And so if we're not denying the application, then it stands to reason that we either need some additional information or we approve the application. And I would, given the sensitive nature of this particular one, ask whoever makes the motion to read into the record that rationale, because I think that you know, given the unique circumstances that the where is that? Oops.
do you want me to scroll?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've gone into my own Dropbox.
Oh, okay.
So I can't even see your screen right now, but the rationale, which the draft resolution, I think that would warrant reading in, and then you can refer to the standard conditions and whatnot. So again, I would look to someone within the commission.
And everyone should have received a paper copy of this in their packets if anyone wants to.
Or maybe you can switch back over to the draft resolution.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was on that.
I don't know, I have too many windows. Your Dropbox, my Dropbox. We have a commissioner who is ready and willing to go ahead and move this item forward so that we can continue.
Oh my gosh. This is Commissioner Begemon. Is there a commissioner who wants to put forward a motion? And would the motion have to say that the notification of violation is ended?
That would be a separate action. That
Okay. So another, Commissioner Begemon, another question then, is this, oh yeah, okay. Well, I'll make a stab at it, and I welcome anyone's input. So
thank you, Commissioner Begeman. I would just remind, I would start with the resolution before you make the motion, just because this one is so.
Start with Commissioner Begemon, start with the resolution in terms of within the motion, or what do we have to do to the resolution?
do you just want somebody to read it out loud, Commissioner Boda?
I think given the hesitation and the concern that, yeah, I mean, I might, I don't know that it has to be part of the motion itself, but it should be read into the record in terms of why we're approving this particular application in this particular unique set of circumstances. That could be me being overly whatever, but.
Well, I can read it. Draft resolution prepared for meeting October 13th, 2022 for IW 220801. Installation of synthetic turf in place of stone patio and grass as the work relates to regulated work previously approved and performed under inland wetland permit IW number 220102. A plan set August 4th, 2022. Whereas in the matter of the above application, the Town of Branford Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission, the Commission considered all relevant evidence properly submitted to it, and whereas the Commission evaluated the application materials and the foregoing evidence as it relates to the factors and criteria for decision set forth in Connecticut General Statutes 22A41 and Section 10.2 criteria for decision of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Regulation of the Town of Branford. And whereas the Commission finds the proposal contained in the application is consistent with the purposes set forth in CGS Section 22A-36, complies with the applicable provisions of the Connecticut General Statutes and the regulations. And whereas the Commission finds that the research currently available regarding residential use of artificial turf on stormwater quality that would inform the Commission as to adverse impacts of such installation to the subject wetland / watercourse is not readily available. And whereas the Commission finds that based on the letter dated August 2nd, 2022 by Andrew Kolenko, PE, that 1, the use of artificial turf in lieu of a stone patio decreases the impervious area. 2, the sub-base drainage layer beneath the artificial turf consists of 1 foot of crushed rock and stone dust similar to septic fill. And 3, any material which passes through the subgrade would be conveyed to the stormwater infiltration trench prior to reaching the wetland / watercourse. And 4, the product does not contain a crumb layer. And whereas the Commission finds that the applicant submitted a chemical testing report of the turf proposed in the application, while limits provided in tests were not applicable to use at hand, none of the limits identified were exceeded, with the standards being ROHS-EU. And whereas upon evaluation of the above and with the stipulation of certain conditions as listed below, the Commission finds that based on the record and information available, that there is no scientific evidence available that indicates the proposed regulated activity will have a significant detrimental impact to the wetland / watercourse. Now therefore be it resolved that the application as stated above be approved subject to the following conditions, limitations, and modifications. 1, contact the Inland Wetlands Agency to schedule a final site inspection. 2, artificial turf shall be maintained per the manufacturer's recommendations to help prolong integrity of the product. 3, it was represented that the chrome rubber infill is not to be used in association with the artificial turf install. No crumb rubber infill shall be used without review and approval by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency so that they may review the potential impacts to the wetland/watercourse from using such material.
Okay.
Again, this is a draft for consideration and has also the standard conditions and general provisions of all permits.
Thank you. So Commissioner Begeman, will you continue with your motion? Excuse me for interrupting earlier.
Commissioner Begeman, so I move that we accept inland wetland application 220801, 290 Pine Orchard Road with the installation of artificial turf. Having thoroughly discussed the lack of information regarding any negative impacts on water courses or wetlands.
Is there a second to that motion?
This is Commissioner Finara. I'll second that motion.
Are there questions or comments on the motion itself?
This is Commissioner Begeman. I didn't refer to the draft resolution because that we approve separately.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, I would suggest folding in if you're looking for the conditions in the draft resolution, or if you're looking to implement the draft resolution that was read into the record, to state that as part of the motion.
Okay. This is Commissioner Begeman. An additional sentence to the motion is that this includes the resolution as read into the record with the standard conditions and general provisions.
Commissioner Bernard, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, should I say that this is the draft resolution prepared by staff on October 13th, 2022?
Perfect.
Okay.
Clarice, I'm sorry, this is Katie. I'm sorry to have you do this, but you cut out right as you were like adding that. Can you just state that again so that we can get it accurately on the record for
Sure.
me? I'm so sorry.
No problem. This is Clarice Begeman. And
oh no.
No, I don't know what to say. This is Commissioner Begeman. So in addition, we are including the draft resolution as prepared for the meeting of October 13th, 2022 by staff Jamie Frederick. That includes the resolution, the standard conditions, and general provisions.
Commissioner Finaro, I'd like to second that with the additions that were just read by Commissioner Begeman.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you both. Other questions about the motion itself? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis abstain.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Commissioner Steinberg, aye.
Commissioner Meinson.
Commissioner Meinson, aye.
Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Boda, I also abstain, still having been absent for 2 of the 3 meetings. Okay, that's done. So shall we then try to very expediently address the NOV for this same property?
1 second. This is Katie again. Chairman Boda, did you did I hear that right? Did you abstain?
Yes, I was
Thank you.
not present for some of those 2 of the 3 meetings.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so NOV 290 Pine Orchard Road. So Jamie, is this a matter of a motion to lift the NOV?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Yes, so it's, I don't know if lift is the right word, but I suppose lift / resolve. So essentially they were required to either do the originally approved plan or submit an application. That application has been submitted and has now been approved. So it seems reasonable that the commission would consider the notice of violation resolved.
Can we have a motion to that effect? The NOV for 290 Pine Orchard Road has been resolved.
We need one. This is Commissioner Papantonis. I mean, it's void for mootness at this point. Moot issue.
I mean, if it's a cease and correct order, we definitely would need one. I think it's not a bad practice to have a motion to just clearly say it's done.
Commissioner Papantonis, I move to, I guess, remove the notice of violation as void for mootness based on the actions of the committee.
Commissioner Steinberg, I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Papantonis and a second by Steinberg. Questions on the motion? Okay, Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Commissioner Steinberg, aye.
Commissioner Meinson.
Commissioner Meinson, aye.
Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Boda, aye. Woohoo! All right. Let's go. All right. So inland wetland, 220901, 125 Thimble Island Road, single family residence. I believe there's also a staff report for this. Jamie, and this is also actionable tonight. It's a September one, so there's not as much. We don't have to ask for an extension for this.
Correct.
Okay. Do you want to pull up the staff report and just give us a quick update? You need anything? Are we ready?
Let me just double check.
Questions.
All right, it looks like Commissioner Steinberg is leaving the meeting. If you want to, Katie, if you can add that to the minutes. And all right. All right. Staff report. Everyone's seeing the staff report? It works.
Yes.
Okay. Application fee has been submitted. Wetlands have been identified. They were the inland wetlands on site were identified as part of the recent subdivision approval that the commission reviewed and approved, which has also been reviewed and approved by planning and zoning. During the planning and zoning part of the review, they, I believe, have some open space to convey to the town, and they are looking to put a conservation restriction of sorts over some of the tidal wetlands. Let's see, erosion controls. They do have an erosion control plan with silt fence, anti-tracking pad. A little bit out of the norm, the stockpile was added to the site plan per request, and is surrounded by silt fence. However, it's located outside of the silt fence, like the general area of activity. So essentially, equipment would have to reach over the silt fence to place the stockpiled material and get the stockpiled material. So I do have a possible condition of consideration that suggests that the erosion control plan be revised to encompass the stockpile that the commission can consider. Another thing to point out is the stockpile for the house on lot 2 is located on lot 1. It's currently still one parcel. So basically my recommendation would be that lot 1 shall not be conveyed without making the new owner aware of the site plan approval for lot 2 should the commission decide to move forward with issuing a permit. Stormwater, they are proposing a 20 linear foot grass swale level spreader. 167 cubic feet were calculated as required, and they're proposing 172. There have not been test pits, so I have a condition, I believe, should the commission determine that that addresses making sure that the conditions are appropriate for such a stormwater install. Footing drain is shown, discharging to daylight, 5-foot diameter riprap energy dissipator. No relative landscaping proposed. There's utility work that goes in between the tidal wetland and the inland wetland, and they did add a detail about making sure that area is stabilized after that work's completed to minimize the duration that could potentially impact. I think I already mentioned everything here. So the conditions for consideration would again be pre-construction meeting, initial erosion control inspection, and final inspection. I put 2 in, one after the utility trench work is completed, since that's kind of the area of highest concern, and then another one after the full project is completed. Plans shall be revised to the satisfaction of the inland wetland duly authorized agent to show erosion controls encompassing the stockpile location to ensure erosion controls are not compromised by active stockpiling / accessing the stockpile. 3, the portion of the site identified as lot 1 shall not change ownership without first making the new owner aware of this permit and the activity which was approved to occur on the subject property. 4, test pits shall be conducted to ensure that the proposed grass level spreader will infiltrate and there won't be issues with prolonged standing water. If test pits do not prove favorable for the infiltration, a revised plan for the roof drainage shall be submitted for review by the inland wetlands duly authorized agent or the agency. And with that one, the commission might want to consider whether the agent or the agency is appropriate, or if you just want the agency.
This is Commissioner Boda. I kind of want to just pause because
yeah, I'm not trying to say that this, but I do think maybe having these on kind of in the back of your mind might help inspire questions that you might have and or discussion with the engineer.
But and thus inspired. Like I think for me and past practice and guidance from those legal updates and from Khaki Beck or whatever, the conditions, possible conditions for consideration or conditions for the permit tend to be minor in nature and are not shouldn't end up causing plan revisions. And so something like a test pit or a perk test to ensure that infiltration is possible. And then if it isn't feasible, then the engineers would need to do some kind of redesign. That's, in my mind, too much for a condition of approval. And that is something that I would like to see done and for us to have that data available, that evidence available that they can actually, the water will infiltrate in those places. And so I would like to see it come back with that, and we can add some of those other things that are in the conditions that they can address, since they're going to need to address that. But generally, if an application is proposing infiltration, I think it is incumbent upon us to ask, what evidence do we have within the application that ensures that the ground will actually take that water in, that there's not hard pan soil underneath, that there's not a rock layer that is going to suddenly cause that water to perk. So I'm one commissioner. and I sort of jumped out of turn as the chair to not wait till the end, but it's 10:04 and we still have a lot to do.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah. You're welcome
Jim
to, Mr.
Preddy.
Brady. Yep.
Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering. So we did a number of test pits on this site. All the test pits that were off the, I'll call it the flat area where we identified wetlands in the lawn, had relatively decent soils down to the ledge layer. Where we're proposing the grass swale is a little bit outside of where the test area was. And to get a little farther, it just seemed, given all the testing that was done close by, it didn't seem to make sense to disturb more area to get a machine over to there before they're going to be clear. And I thought we could just do the test bit at that point. But again, given as you can see on the plan, there were test bits all around this whole property. I don't think we're going to have an issue there. It's more of just kind of confirming test bit at that point. It didn't seem to make sense for extra disturbance before they're actually there with silt fence set up and machine do the clearing and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Preddy.
And for the record, I don't believe that they have any intentions of selling the other lot. In fact, I think they're going to live there while this house is being built. So as far as the stockpile being on one of the, or the other of their lots, doesn't make a difference, and we can adjust the silt fence as Jamie suggested.
This is Commissioner Papantonis speaking to that point on the stockpiling of land. That's actually a property issue between landowners. So if it would become a trespass if that property is conveyed and they're stockpiling on someone else's property. I don't think that's something we really need to touch.
Yeah, Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. The only reason why I put anything in there is because, I mean, right now it's one parcel, so it's all part of this application. So we don't need, if there were two separate parcels, then theoretically we would need authorization from the other property owner. So it's kind of more of like a general courtesy thing. It's really kind of, it's more so that the office doesn't get calls and concerns. But again, I know that the intention, like Jim Preddy said, is for the property owner to save it or to keep both properties. But I just like to keep everyone aware and happy.
And this is Commissioner Boda. I think one of the other things that has caught my attention is now, given some of our earlier agenda items, I think that the conservation deed restriction language, I think we want to potentially be a little bit more directive about what needs to be included in that.
So, Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, before we go too far down that road, I totally get where you're coming from. I just want to point out that this conservation deed restriction came up as part of the planning and zoning review, and it's over the tidal wetland. So I'm not sure how much the Inland Wetland Commission wants to insert themselves in this particular conservation restriction. I did have a condition regarding drainage because there is town drainage and I believe to some extent state drainage relative to the tidal marsh, and making sure that conservation restriction language doesn't impact that drainage, because that could then in turn impact the inland wetland. But as far as the conservation restriction over the tidal wetland, I think the first step is for the commission to determine whether or not that's, again, that was placed on the plans after Inland Wetlands reviewed the subdivision, and it was added during the planning and zoning subdivision review process. So I think that's important to keep in mind.
Jim Preddy, again, to Jamie's point, that is over the tidal wetland area, and we do have a pending coastal site plan application with planning and zoning for this. this next step for actually building a house. So, so that gets kicked up to DEP for their review. And so for what that's worth, they do, because it's title, they do usually provide some sort of comments.
So this is Commissioner Boda. Are there additional comments, questions, concerns from the commission? Is there a preference for direction?
Is Commissioner Begemon. I think that what I'm feeling, we always feel these time crunches, but if there's all sorts of other things that have to happen with deep anyhow, why couldn't we ask for those things that we've talked about tonight to be added to the application and resubmitted next month?
So Jim Preddy again. So that application was submitted weeks ago, and the planning and zoning meeting is actually next week. So their 30-day window would be up before the meeting next week. So any comments from DEP we would have before that meeting.
Other comments, questions, sense of direction from other commissioners?
The item is Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. The item is actionable tonight. The commission does have time frame to extend it if you feel like you need to, for some of the information that was identified previously. To the comment about the test pits, I was hesitant as to whether it was appropriate for a condition as well. You can see the closest test pit is located here, CE-3, and the stormwater is proposed here. And it does seem that there is ability in the upper layers to have some infiltration ledges 4 feet below surface. And I certainly understand the point that Freddie made regarding trying to minimize further disturbance prior to erosion controls being installed. But I also get the point that Chairman Boda made regarding level of information for review versus conditions. So
yeah, this is Commissioner Boda. Other commissioners, is there anyone who would like to move forward with making a decision this evening? Have other things for the application that should come back for next month?
So this is Commissioner Begemon again. If the stockpile is easily solvable, being on the other side of the silt fence, if the commissioners present are satisfied with the test pits that have already been done, and then there was that other thing about, the one owner telling the other owner, to me, that's kind of a strange thing, because it's 2 lots owned by the same person at this point. So I think that's kind of a future thing that's, you could put it in there. That to me doesn't seem like that's a reason to deny
that could
it.
be taken out if you think it's irrelevant. I mean, that's not something that could be addressed at this point. It is what it is.
Commissioner Begeman, are you moving toward a motion?
Well, I would like to see what the other commissioners feel before I put in a motion.
That's fair. So this is Commissioner Boda. I guess let's play this out for a second, Jamie. Worst case scenario, we approve it with this condition for a test pit, and the test pit, you know, it's like hits rock real quick, and that water's not going anywhere. At that point, there needs to be some revision to that part of the plan. And so it would just be approved, or is there a mechanism by which then if that stormwater treatment needed to be moved, it would need to come back to the commission?
So I did put, if test pits do not prove favorable for infiltration, a revised plan for the roof drainage shall be submitted for review. And I put by the inland wetlands duly authorized agent or the agency. You could always change that to agency if you want to make sure it comes back to the full commission.
Mm-hmm.
There certainly have been issues in the past with not having infiltration in the system, not, you know, truly functioning as designed or intended, and having issues with owners not being happy with the drainage system. So I think this kind of toes the line between what is and isn't okay for a condition. I think it addresses the fact that there is a plan in place, and that it also identifies the fact that based on the information available, there might be a need for a change, and that change needs to be reviewed. It does.
Jim Freddy again. I think that, you know, the way you have this worded here, if there's some anomaly and we have to move this thing 5 feet, then I think, you know, that's probably fair to have Jamie review. But if for some reason that, you know, we need to redesign that whole outlet, then coming back to the commission really doesn't is not unreasonable.
And that 5 feet thing, especially given the nearby test pit, is why I had put the duly authorized agent in there as an option. At the same time, if the commission would be amenable to the fact that it's a modification, it's only then one meeting that the applicant would have to go to rather than 2. So
and all the subsoil was pretty much the same everywhere there, so I don't really foresee a problem. You never know.
This is Commissioner Finaro. I feel comfortable moving forward with the wording with what the staff report has. I think my only question is the stockpiling, and if that, you know, is a concern. It's hard to say.
So Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent, the only concern I would really have is the fact that basically the operator of machinery may, you know, knock the silt fence with the machine, and then you have a down silt fence while they're trying to stockpile or unstockpile. I don't know that it's a absolute taboo thing, but I've never seen it. And it just seems like it's open for possible issues. Granted, hopefully the operator would notice if they knocked it down and fix it so that it wouldn't be an outstanding issue. So that's up to the commission, but I wanted to put it in there because it is a little bit different than what is usually seen. The one benefit to keeping the silt fence as shown is that it's a more linear, and the flow of water is more perpendicular, so it's not, whereas if they were to scoop it down to include this, then you're creating some kind of potential concentration points along the silt fence. So I suppose there's some pros and cons to both.
Honestly, the thought process was there that they strip the topsoil, it gets surrounded by silt fence, and it doesn't usually get touched till the project's almost over. So I thought that by encircling it and then setting the silt fence above it, kind of protected it and kept, again, it won't be till the end of the project that they need to get back at it. But we can add or move the silt fence as you see fit.
So this is Commissioner Boda, Commissioner Finaro. Does that satisfy your question? Would you like to?
This is Commissioner Finaro. That sounds, yeah, that does. And I'd like to make a motion for approval of inland wetland number 220901, address 125 Thimble Island Road, with the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Finaro. Is there a second?
Commissioner Meinson, I second that motion.
Questions on the motion?
Just Commissioner Begman, can we just add the standard conditions and general provisions to the motion?
I believe they're there in the staff report.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the motion was general enough to include those.
So any other questions or comments on the motion?
Well, yes, Commissioner Begman, do we need to change something in the staff report because it had certain things or is everything going to be included? The test pits, yes. What about the thing about telling the other owner, the potential other owner? Are we going to strike that or keep it in there?
Yeah.
So this is Commissioner Boda. So you can amend the motion or you can withdraw the motion.
Commissioner Papantonis is a single owner. It's really not necessary, but if Papantonis, I just suggest notifying another property owner if the lot is sold off. I just don't think it's necessary.
This is Commissioner Begman. I was not hearing very well the beginning of what you said. So what is your suggestion?
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Papantonis. My internet's been a little unstable. The section, I'm sorry, you have to scroll for me because I don't see it.
Number 3.
Number 3, oh, thank you. I think number 3 is not necessary since it's one owner for the entire property, and it's pretty clear that they're not going to sell off anything until the houses are complete. It wouldn't make sense. But if they were to do that, they have a property issue. So that condition just doesn't make sense in this particular situation.
See how they would have a property issue, but if you don't.
No. If they were to do what you're suggesting, this Commissioner Papantonis again, then that would create an issue between landowners that I don't think that you can burden a property that's been sold off.
I think you could
like that.
Say that it's not relevant to the wetland review and strike it if that's what you're looking to do.
It's Commissioner Papantonis, I'll say that.
Okay, I revised my approval of the inland wetland 220901, address 125 Thimble Island Road, to strike point number 3, a portion of the site identified as lot 1 shall not change ownership without first making the new owner aware of this permit, and the activity was approved to occur on the subject property since it's not applicable to the wetlands.
Commissioner Meissen, do you accept that amendment?
Commissioner Meissen, I accept.
Okay, if there's no other comments, we're gonna go into a roll call vote. Katie, Jamie, you good?
Yep.
Commissioner Begeman,
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis,
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Meinson,
Commissioner Meinson, aye.
Commissioner Fenaro,
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
Commissioner Boda, one more abstention for the night. Make it a hat trick. Sweet, let's move on. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, Mr. Peretti. Cease and correct. All right, we're on a new section, 220601 and, oh, nope, are we done with that? No, we're not. So second NOV Huntington Drive, removal of trees.
All right, so Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent, I did receive a email from the property owner today because I have not received any sort of response until this email today, indicating that he has been recovering from surgery and indicating he's gotten an estimate and reached out to contractor who says will come over and purchase signs. So long story short, is the commission okay with granting an extension table to the November meeting and having staff stress you need to make action on these items and delaying any further enforcement, follow-up and review until the November meeting since the applicant's not here and there hasn't been any activity? Or does the commission feel additional, more forceful response than staff following up is necessary?
Commissioner Begeman, go with what you first said.
First step seems reasonable given the fact that they have had health issues. Anyone feel differently? Huh?
Anyone? Yeah, same thing. Gone once, gone twice. Sold. Commissioner Boda, moving on. Cease and correct 220901, 5 and 13 Summon Place, demolition and construction of 48 unit multifamily residential units.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So I will share some photos of the current site conditions. Are people seeing photos?
Yes.
Okay. So they were having some erosion issues relative to this slope that you could now see they've seeded, and they've now also put in this crushed stone kind of check dam type situation. There was a bunch of sediment going down this kind of gully in between the hill and the parking lot, and overtopping a temporary sediment trap they had down in the background there, which ultimately discharges to a wetland area. So I issued a cease and correct order to have them resolve the issue, which I think they've by and large done. This is looking slightly to the side where the building was demoed, and they have a stockpile in place. You can see there's a catch basin here, and they have inlet protection in it. Kind of showing you that the grass is growing in pretty good, but not 100%. But I don't think that it's an immediate erosion concern. They do also have some hay spread there. Some of these shrubs are undermined and the roots are exposed. So I did talk with the contractor. They are looking to start work ideally in the spring of 2023. I think he said that they're looking for some foundation information from the architect before they move forward. Whoops, wrong way. So this is where the temporary sediment trap was. They kind of filled it in, put in this rock diversion berm, and are sending the water over towards this catch basin in the background here, which they have lined with crushed stone, hay bales, and then inlet protection in the catch basin. This is looking over that slope area where it was discharging towards the wetland. You can kind of see it over here. And it appears to be by and large stable. There's this vegetation that got pushed over, which I'm sure is helping to hold some of the material that was disturbed in place. But for now, it seems to be all right. This is the catch basin where the water is being diverted to, and you can see the improvements they've made around it. And then the other question that I had in the cease and correct order is that there was a yard drain that connected into this basin, essentially where that stockpile is. So I wanted to make sure that that was closed off so there wasn't any issue with material getting into the catch basin. And the contractor did send me a picture of that inlet being blocked off, which was an action they took in response to investigating that condition. So the commission should consider whether or not the cease and correct order has been resolved. If you would like, I can pull up the cease and correct order for review. And then the other question that was raised before was whether or not the erosion control bond for the permit, which was issued for an apartment building, needs to be submitted. I think the fact that they've responded to the erosion concerns and have put in these measures, usually the erosion control bond is not required at the demo phase. I think they've made a lot of improvements that, for now at least, hold it in a good condition. I think if the commission were to hold off on the bond, you know, should site conditions change further, then that could also obviously always change. So the two questions are status of cease and correct order and bond. Does the commission want any information relative to either consideration?
Commissioner Papantonis, I think we should just go over really quickly your cease and correct order, please.
Okay, so they were ordered to correct, contact the office. They did install the erosion controls per SKC 01. They did install them. It's a little bit different, but it seems to be comparable in accomplishing the task. Let's see. If site work is not scheduled to start within 30 days, seed the hillside. They did that. The commission will review the violation at the meeting scheduled for 9/8/2022, may require additional information. There was a follow-up letter after that review, essentially reiterating the same thing, providing a deadline for the seeding, and that this was never updated, the date there. But at this meeting, the commission was to consider the status of the violation and also whether the bond is required.
Commissioner Papantonis, did we walk this site in the spring?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
for the application.
Yes. It's up on the hill.
If the commission would like, I can show pictures of what the pre-condition was, but I think the main thing is whether or not the existing condition is.
I remember now, Commissioner Papantonis.
Are there thoughts on whether the bond needs to be submitted? That one seems perhaps a yes or no.
That can be separate from, this is Commissioner Begman, separate from lifting.
Yes.
Okay, so this is Commissioner Begman. I would like to make a motion that we lift the notice of oh, no, it's a cease and correct.
Yeah, so right now, just figuring out if we're gonna require that they submit that erosion control bond now as opposed to later.
Oh.
Given that they've been responsive.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I think they were pretty responsive and responsible. I think we can wait.
Yeah, I like to work with contractors when they're responsive. I don't have immediate concerns. I'm sure we'll keep an eye on the property. If anything changes, then, you know, we can always come back and reassess whether or not the bond needs to be submitted.
And then the next question is if just there's anything else that needs to happen with this order, or if we're satisfied for now. Is there a second, please, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. I am satisfied with the current site condition. I'm sure it's one that we'll still keep on our list for inspections, even though they haven't started, just because it is kind of in this quasi state. And also following up to kind of hopefully make sure that they are starting in the spring, and if they're not, seeing if they have any more long-term plans, because the site's kind of in a weird limbo. But
this is Commissioner Boda. Is there anything else that we need to do on this item tonight?
If the commission is satisfied with the bond or with the actions taken for the cease and correct order, then I think it would be appropriate for the commission to consider lifting the order. Other than that,
this is Commissioner Boda. Is there any interest? Is there a taker who might want to lift the order, or would you rather continue to monitor it for a bit?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I'll just say, I think that the issue specifically raised in the cease and correct order has been addressed. And if there are any additional issues, there could always be another order issued.
All right, so this is Commissioner Papantonis regarding cease and correct order 220901. I move that we lift the order.
Okay, thank you for that motion. This is Commissioner Boda. Is there a second?
Commissioner Meissen, I second that motion.
Okay, Papantonis made the motion. Meissen seconded. Is there comments on the motion? Questions? Hearing none, roll call vote. Commissioner Begeman.
Commissioner Begeman, aye.
Commissioner Papantonis.
Commissioner Papantonis, aye.
Commissioner Meissen.
Commissioner Meissen, aye.
Commissioner Finaro.
Commissioner Finaro, aye.
And Commissioner Boda, aye. All right, now we're cruising. Old business, inland wetland 191101, 1151 West Main Street.
You're gonna love this. That one's to be tabled to the November meeting.
Sweet, onward. Inland wetland 190303 School Grounds Street. Wait, School Street. That's School Grounds. Construction regards 10:37. My brain is shutting down quickly.
All right, let's see if we can quickly wrap it up. So this was a permit issued in 2019. There was direct wetland impact, there was a planting plan, and there was to be 3 years of monitoring. We are at the 3rd year of monitoring. We've received a report. We did not receive the previous report. So my question to the commission is, does that satisfy the permit conditions? So the actual permit didn't actually have a condition for monitoring. The monitoring was built into the restoration plan. So the only thing required specifically in the permit was planting inspection and final inspection. So of course I didn't jot down which page it was. And I believe we have the property owner present and the soil scientist. So let's see if I can, I should read the table of contents.
Who's the property owner? This is Commissioner Boda.
Peter Henschel.
Okay. Mr. Henschel, would you like to make a very brief comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of the commissioners were around when this was initially approved, but the application was made and approved in 2019. In 2020, in May, the plant material that was specified by David Lord, the soil scientist, to be planted was purchased from the New England Wetland Plant Company and was planted in these 2 areas, A and B, that are marked on the plan you're looking at right now. I did do an extensive detailed planting plan of where everything was going, and we laid everything out and made some adjustments that were needed when we actually saw how things spaced from one another. But everything was planted in as specified in sections A and B in that first year, which was 2020, and everything appeared to be taking, including the grass and the seed material that was planted. So in 2021, part of the initial work was to remove a fair stand of Phragmites, which we did by actually mechanically digging it out. But in 2021, a small amount of the Phragmites reemerged, and I did treat that systemically with herbicide. That is not, by and large, the herbicide worked, and there's very little of the Phragmites reemerging this year. So in this year in September, David came out and took a look at the planting material. We spent a couple of hours out there, took a lot of photographs, and I think if he's still in the meeting here, he was very pleased with the extent to which everything had taken. I can, if you're interested, I can show you a few photographs if you want me to share my screen. Otherwise, you can just look at the material. He included a couple of photographs in his report also, but I have others if you'd like to see them.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I'll just comment, everyone did receive a copy of the report. It indicates that the 85% threshold for survival has been greatly exceeded. Ground cover, herbaceous vegetation is especially well established. Tree plantings exceed 8 feet in height with good crown development. Shrub plantings exceed 6 to 8 feet in height with good ground development and evidence of plentiful berry production. Conclusion, wetland enhancement plan has been fully implemented. No further work is required. And just to jump back real quick, School Street is this dark area over here, sidewalk, the garage, and the two planting areas are these green areas here, and they're both by and large in the subject wetland area. So I believe I saw David Lloyd sign back on in case the commission wants to see if they can get any comments or have any questions for him. I don't know what happened to my window.
This is Commissioner Boda. Are there any questions or comments?
Commissioner Finaro, I think it looked good. Just nothing.
And this is Commissioner Boda. Jamie, this is an update. Do we need to take, is there an action to be taken?
I think probably general consensus is probably fine, but I just want the commission to determine whether or not this satisfies the monitoring, because they were supposed to do 3 years of monitoring, but they basically just did a monitoring report at the end. But the monitoring report at the end documents the success. So, and that's ultimately what the commission's looking at having. And I think the reason why you require monitoring reports annually is so that corrective actions can be taken. So my question is, are you satisfied with the one report after 3 years, or do you need 3 years of reporting?
This is Commissioner Begemon. If those reports don't exist, it's water under the bridge and it's been a successful project. So I'm ready to move on. Looks beautiful.
Commissioner Papantonis, I agree with Commissioner Begemon. Move on, and good job.
Yeah.
Commissioner Finaro.
Feel differently.
Commissioner Finaro, did you want to finish what you were saying?
Oh, I was just agreeing, Commissioner Finaro.
All right, this is Commissioner Boda. Does anybody else, does anyone disagree? All right, well, thank you very much for your time and effort, Mr. Henschel, and thank you for the report, Mr. Lord. And we're going to move on to the review of the annual meeting schedule.
Oh, we have a revised agenda. There should be preliminary review of trails at 89 Todd's Hill Road, Branford Land Trust open space, potential future application.
Oh, is this a letter that just arrived in the mail today?
Very likely, yes. And Bill Horn's here to give you a quick overview of what they're looking to do and see if there's any guidance.
Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated.
Jamie, you're going to be able to, for the record, Bill Horn, 246 Pleasant Point Road, and I'm representing Branford Land Trust. Jamie, are you going to be able to put the map up on?
Yes, as soon as my brain allows my hand to click all the buttons. Do you want to start with the map or with this?
Yeah, start with the map. Just to remind people who were on the board at the time. This was a 15 lot subdivision on Todd's Hill Road, actually between Parish Farm, Todd's Hill, and Cherry Hill Road, and some water company property on the north. And because of the extensive wetland soils, the land trust received 24 acres out of the 37 acres total. We've been engaged in a fair amount of remediation already. We're mowing annually. Second mowing will be starting within about a week. Our trails and field work group has been out 20 times this year for a total of about 60 hours, anywhere from sometimes as few as 3 or 4 people, sometimes as many as 8 people out there working with a walk behind brush hog and manual removal by saw and lopper of the extensive growth of autumn olive and multiflora rose. We're starting to look now at sort of putting some amenities in. And one of the things that we're looking very carefully at is a handicap accessible trail. And the current president of the Branford Land Trust, Julie Wagner, is here. And she said she'd make a presentation about the desirability of the trail before I get into the details we're talking about.
Hi, thank you all. And I realize it's really late and everyone's really tired, so I'm going to make this quick. But basically, we know that access to nature increases mental and physical health. And sadly, it's the case that people with disabilities are more likely to have poor health, be socially isolated, and lack access to the outdoors. The access to the outdoors gives them more opportunities to be active, develop new interests, participate in public life, and meet others. There's a growing movement across the country for accessible outdoor spaces and specifically trails. Nationally, the Land Trust Alliance, and here in Connecticut, the Connecticut Land Conservation Council promotes accessible trails on land trust properties. And Branford Land Trust makes our properties that are not too environmentally sensitive open to the public. However, the majority of our properties have terrain that's not amenable to trails that are suitable for people with mobility limitations. Todd's Hill is our first property that's really different in the sense that it's mostly open, mostly flat, with water features and clear scenic points that are suitable for a handicap accessible trail. Across all ages, about 6% of Connecticut population has a mobility disability. So if we apply that to Branford, that's almost 1,700 people, and rates climb as age increases. And when you consider that the rates are probably much higher, if you consider mobility limitations that don't meet criteria for full disability. Our membership has asked us for handicap accessible trails, and we have proactively reached out to the Canoe Brook to Orchard House, and to the Agency on Aging, all of whom see this as, see the need to remove barriers to access for people with disabilities, and they're very supportive of this Todd's Hill initiative. So that's just a little bit of background, and I'll turn it back over to Bill now about the specifics of the property, unless you have any questions for me.
This is Commissioner Boda. I just want to check. So, Bill, the purpose of this presentation tonight is guidance for an upcoming application?
Yes. We've been working with the Conti Company down in Norwalk. They've done a number of handicap accessible trails around the state. There's a nice one funded by DOT down in Wilton that we site visited. This is not going to be quite of that scale. So there are two options basically for surfacing. One is, if you could scroll down to the next page, Jamie, the last page, is stone dust over stone aggregate path at ground level. And this is just a sketch that Conti provided of what a cross section would look like. The other is to have a slightly raised boardwalk constructed out of lumber and supported on helical piles. Obviously, the cost differential between the two types is quite extreme. And so we would prefer to do the stone dust mix over the processed aggregate, but that involves excavating 4 to 6 foot wide trail area down to about 10 to 12 inches and then putting this in. So before proceeding with developing a detailed plan and coming in with a permit application, we wanted to ask the commission if the trail design using the stone dust processed aggregate would be acceptable on this site. There are extensive soils that were labeled as wetland or poorly draining. Actually, having a couple years experience with the site, I think I can certify the poorly draining. I think that to a large extent, it may be that they're almost down to hard pan, that the water just sort of sits on top until it evaporates or slowly seeps in. The other thing is that this whole site was highly engineered. If the commission remembers back to the application by the developer, you may have site walked it or at least seen aerial photographs. There's extensive ditching and placement of culverts. The two ponds are probably either fully created, the smaller one that Jamie was indicating there on the lower left, and the upper one there may have been ponding there, but it was dug out and the banks established. And you can pick out these drainage ditches radiating out from the larger pond. So it's the whole area has been disturbed to a large extent, and it's been maintained for decades. I can only guess how many, as mowed grass with scattered large trees. So we're hoping that we could do the excavation. I've sketched out here. Actually, Conti walked it with GPS and picked out a likely route for the trail. Just to the west, to the left of the large pond, there are two blue letter Ps. That's an area that we think would be appropriate for 2 or 3 parking spaces for people coming in from out of the area. And then I've highlighted the non-wetland soils.
So Bill, I'm gonna interrupt you.
Sure.
This is Commissioner Boda. We're really quickly approaching 11 o'clock. I can see Katie's hands up, and I also am aware that we still have several items to go. And I think what I'm hearing is that the big question that you have is really about the commission's willingness to consider the processed stone dust mixed.
That's
as
correct.
opposed to, so, I mean, I think given our past practice, the questions that would come up for me is the mobility of whatever that material is, and just ensuring that whatever that material is not gonna mobilize. And so whether it's an aggregate or the stone dust mixed or some other product, I think the big question that we'll ask is really, for me at least, is going to be around how well it stays put.
Okay. All right. So thanks. I'll take it that if Conti can present data that it's not going to mobilize, then it would likely, not guaranteed, be agreeable. And we'll proceed to develop a plan using that
There are
approach.
commissioners that feel other ways. Just,
I'm sorry?
I wanted to check and just put out and see if anybody felt very differently about it, if
yeah.
they wanted to speak up.
This is Commissioner Papantonis. I would change that likely to could be. I mean, we really have to see the data, right?
Sure, of course.
Katie Blanchett, Wetlands staff. First of all, Land Trust, I would like to thank you for thinking of those that have the mobility impairments. As the mother of a son of a very active mobility impaired individual, you know, we really look for these types of things. That being said, I can speak from experience that stone dust is not very mobility friendly when using walkers and the such. It can actually get very slippery. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in and let you know that it's, as a parent of somebody who is mobility impaired, it's not the best option.
Bill Horn, thank you, Katie. I appreciate your input, and I'll pass that along to the Conti people.
All right, thank you so much. We're very much looking forward to seeing an application when it comes in. It's always great to see the work that the Land Trust is doing to improve access to open space in the town for the community. And
Right.
It's great to hear the focus on offering opportunities with people with limited mobility issues too.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience tonight.
Thank you. All right, we're going super fast, Jamie, like lightning.
Aquatic
Go ahead.
pesticide application 287 East Main Street. That is for the stormwater management basins at Riverwalk. There was an application the commission reviewed about a year ago regarding maintenance of those basins, since they were kind of neglected for a period of time. So I have not honestly fully reviewed the pesticide application. I do plan on taking a look at it, and I might have a comment or two. This is the opportunity for if any of you commissioners have any comments or concerns. Silence. I will move on to the next item, which should now be caught back up with the agenda you have, Suzanne.
Okay,
Review of the 2023 annual meeting schedule.
and it's just the second Thursday of each month. Did you check for funny holidays?
Katie did review for holidays. So we do have two options, just throwing it out there. It's almost 11, it's 11 o'clock. I know people don't like more meetings, but just as another consideration, could consider having second and fourth Thursday. Not a recommendation, just not trying to push for it per se, but and another thing we had talked about previously is the commission could have two regular scheduled meetings, second and fourth Thursday, and kind of have the fourth meeting, the one on the fourth, be canceled if there's no items that absolutely need to be discussed. So just throwing that out there, we can ignore it and move on with the second Thursday if that's what everyone wants to do. But that's a little spiel.
Can I just say, can we do a limit on what time we go to? If it's in person, I kind of don't want to be going till 11 o'clock at night and then having to drive home.
Yes and no, because it really depends on what's on the agenda and if you're willing to tell people, sorry, we're not even going to talk about this. It does happen. It does happen. And if the commission's too tired to talk about something, it makes more sense to just you're ready. So, but you can't tell people they can't talk as a way of quickly wrapping something up.
Even if it's like advertised, this is the time of the meeting, and
basically the commission, if there's something that is ongoing and hasn't been resolved, the commission could table it and continue it to the next meeting. But the commission can't put a time clock on, okay, we're going to review this application for 20 minutes or something like that. I mean, I suppose you could, but then you'd have to continue it if you haven't resolved it, and then it gets all, I don't know. That might be a better conversation for not 11 o'clock in the
Yeah, I think it's a better conversation for later. And I think there are some other issues that, lived experience with, that fourth meeting never ends up getting, the meeting on the fourth Thursday doesn't end up getting canceled. And then we just have, anyway, so.
give and take.
Yeah. Okay, agent approvals or
1 minute before we move on, one other question about the annual meeting schedule. Should we notice it as being at the fire department, or should we notice it as being meeting remote?
Remote.
As long as we can stay remote, I'm much in favor, especially because when it ends this late, like I'm home, and to be honest, like everybody having the applications in front of them. I mean, before this, we were sitting in a room and those maps were facing us. There's always people who can't see them. There's just, I think in terms of access, this is better.
All right. Does anyone feel differently?
As long as the governor, Commissioner Papantonis, as long as the governor is allowing us to meet remotely.
The sunset date.
At some point, there's going to sunset, right?
Actually, the legislative body removed the sunset date from the executive order that the governor put in place. So, I mean, I suppose they could always change their mind, but at this point, it's however long. So, quick side note: if we are going to do remote, should we keep the meeting room penciled in at the fire station in case, say, there's a public hearing or something and the commission thinks it's appropriate to meet in person?
Yeah, I think it may be that for public hearings, that makes sense to do.
Are they okay with us taking up a time?
I'll talk with the contact person about that.
Yeah.
We did it all of this year, so.
Okay.
But I'll let them know that we're planning on meeting remote and that they can pencil us rather than.
Agent approval, super fast, please.
36 Ramblewood came before the commission, okayed for agent approval. 15 Pleasant Point Road, small addition, I think 8x10 or 9x10 on piers. Wetland delineation was done to confirm wetland location. Only ground disturbance is footings.
Quick announcements. Khaki Lake meeting 29th. Some other symposium on the 3rd. I don't know those initials.
SIPWIG, Connecticut Invasive Plant Working Group.
Okay. And if you want to register, talk to Jamie Katie. They are both, I'm sure, going to be excellent. All right, anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Price, can we get a motion to adjourn?
Commissioner Begemon makes a motion to adjourn.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Commissioner.
Papantonis seconds.
Woo, all in favor?
Aye.
Good
Bye.
night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
Good night, all.
everyone.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at branfordtv.org. This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at branfordtv.org.